Coming from the bridge, Kuwait, do a die shit.
Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Gaddafi lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert, cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you type a tweet. Mock day, grand padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mockty, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answers.
Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard.
Tarzan animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid, Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min shaitanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 33rd and 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. Dick blower, I'm Champola with pistola. Battery back holder, mock the energy is solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure her ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a Snapple fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack.
Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252, across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard.
Explosion of this sauce.
To the detriment of many of derelicts, we come to inject a bit of intellectual info, set to a beat to offset the imminent complaints of the ignorant. Those content within the confines of a weak mind designed to neglect the text sent to tape within a virtual space and time with the pace that the tempo dictates. Blind and dumb, but they can't anticipate an 808 before a speaker vibrates. So I wait for some insignificant rhetoric from an idiot to get into it. In an instant, their brains been fed with all the bullshit that's just been said by the fool who accompanied the melody, telling me about his car bitches and his jewelry and the usual cruelty committed in a fictional universe governed by laws in a verse memorized by a million willing civilians waiting with open wallet and purse, making temporary financial security an oxymoronic reality for the industry's most recent casualty. Rap about loot but have yet to recoup. Then is the son of the man in the suit, emotionally scarred from the cul-de-sac, but the boulevard influences current delinquents and dumb raps joined by a dope sequence. And the shit was mistakenly taken as literal, much like the Bible. Now it's inspired a need for survival amongst all suburbia gang rivals. It all stems from the initial recital. Use caution with words cause meaning is vital, but with a dope beat you can bypass everything that you learned in morality class. That feeling of guilt, it'll gradually pass with every residual check that you cash.
Niggas make me laugh, I'm crazy. This shit is trash, bang. I'm crazy, bang. You rap niggas, bang.
TFK all day is all bad. T for trust, F for fun, K for kid. Ask your dad. Number 1% was to come and represent with a lower contingent. Inventing stories of glory just to bore me. 80 minutes later on SACD, that's informing me of nothing. Wait a minute, let us visit when performing. You're reminding me of something we don't even want to see. Stockpiling all of this equipment will get you down nowhere. Buy more breakdown sample clearance. Calling me at my job to get info will get you nowhere. Put your wardrobe crying about fortune like misfortune gets you a tour van. LA full support, sleeping on a staircase, writing raps on a rooftop, living in a room that's 10 by 8. You wouldn't do that just to save face. That's from you not being real up in in the first place. Scum like you disappear without a trace. Make beats just like him, write like them, and it's a shame that you limit yourself to that. And it's even worse that you wholesale it to us. Writing all these falsehood tales, I'm going to take you out. No hatred on those that flip chips and come from a studious upbringing. Hit the streets and end up banging. A vicious typical problem that you perpetuate when you can't find a task to alleviate this altered state. Gravity will wait, they don't know, I won't go away. See, you can't make my basic rep asphyxiated, so it's real versus fake. Rhyme book fake, wardrobe fake, stage show fake, awkward ear fake, message fake, your crew fake, your group fake, the whole catalog fake. Watch that jaw break, blade like a saw blade. You're no more real than me since we both lived in 3D. I can fry on command too, you know they taught that in the acting school. Your heart will rise at a rapid rate and implode, and you to be continued. No set date, you just wait, you just wait.
Serpent, dumb out, scatter, fraudulent, pervert, wingmaster, treason, anvil 120, the horny pointed dragon, march from deviant bearded Zaxxon, database GPU 28 permeator, amnesia, heavily strip sleemer, megalopolis, cheap transponder beamer, weather modification ordinance to T3 coaxial transmission slush from corporate governance. The William Casey Cap City takeover, Reagan era protocol, decimate digi patent nano server farm, screw face a motor card, global positioning interference throughout the matrix, mother of all blasphemous, nebulous, rhythmless nation, pompous, spiny, arrogant, emotionless, gray-faced slave, pale zealot horseman, destroying guard belligerent. This is personal and business, while purple creatures lullaby your infants. Stop encouraging your own censorship by supporting a profit over your survival. Be responsible for repping your own independent movement. This is Black Niggas State of the Union. Fuck reword retaliation against American neocon who use media as a weapon on its own population. While half the world starving, suppressing this iridium Hubble station with a rogue general named Electric, with financial interests in fusional nuclear weapons, will broadcast the launch of fake holy war while you watch Kobe score 40 during the playoffs of Armageddon. Alpha Bravo Zulu time, keep America online guessing. Hand back my style and essence. What the fuck are you even thinking? Cabbage Patch, Kentucky Fried Wicked, Edomite chicken. Don't worry, mommy, Nintendo served as the covert secret training. So while little Joey became a collateral damage sand trooper agent, deep in the killing fields with Wycom as the only source of entertainment. The same little techno Autobots you watch crush each other for harmless enjoyment. And soon time will be on remote control protest crowd deployment. Titanium elbow jointed, cracking your primitive cerebral cortex. Got you uncertain channel surfing. Who's behind the control surface in certain bloody escalation tampaks? The true nature of the threat. Viciously rip free speech out the throat by clarinets. To keep Halliburton call out group profit in the dark. So every nuclear winter the Bin Laden and George exchange Christmas cards. Why do you think Saddam most trusted warring regiments called the Republican Guard?
Demons fight demons on Beast Vision. Tonight at 5 after the presidential speech. Biblical Babylon fixation on dinosaurs, demigods, and winged creatures. Secret to the DNA and all land walking mammals. The mind moves energy, developing cheap pressure. Bone compression process step by step. Sitting lowest in a microcosmic orbit. Internal exercise of the eye sockets. Receiving transmissions of mathematical substance. Put the projectors dying in your living room. perps clown. 30 minutes of watching the false light reduce stimulation of brain activity. All die. Please vision.
Resistance is impossible. You said you were time travelers.
There is nothing. The special blood of Jesus Christ is the only thing that can remove the stench of sin from your soul. The blood of the Jesus Christ is the only thing that can stop the death angel.
Yeah, peace be with all you guys. I mean, basically, we did a stream earlier. Some debate bros got basically body bagged by me and Father Joseph Sweetus. And we will be publishing that tomorrow, right? Once we switch up the names and the titles, we want to add these debate clowns, right? So they know where to report the channel and all that type of stuff and where to direct their frivolous hatred. I mean, so yeah, we definitely going to put that out there for these fucking lunatics right out there that think that they can slander people who believe in the Bible or believe anything for that matter. Because these people believe in fucking nothing, right? So that should be pointed out before they challenge anybody. I mean, real talk. But yeah, blessings to Truther Cop, blessings to Neuro Jack. I invited Truther Cop on stream to have a personal conversation with him, which is a little odd. I mean, but you know, I'm not afraid of anybody out here, you know, what they have to say, what anything is going on. I mean, just a lot of personal issues in my life recently. You know what I mean? A lot of problems in my marriage, right? Mostly that's the situation that's going on. So personally, I've been very, very depressed. You know, I'm kind of like, you know, going through that entire thing. But I see that I'm not the only one struggling out here, you know, for sure. So I try to keep humble out here. I mean, for sure. You know, and try to keep a straight and narrow path and try to keep my mind from straying to inconsistent themes, right? And try to take revenge against the world when the world isn't, you know, you could pile up all the treasures in the world and they won't be worth your soul, all right? So it is what it is, man. And but yeah. But yeah, blessings to the homies. Oh, I think Truther's having problems with the audio, you know, but it's all good. We'll figure it out. But yeah, blessings to the people that are here. You know, I know Neuro had a video, Eric Weinstein. I mean, you want to throw it up there. I mean, oh wait, here he is.
I don't think it'll disappoint because you know, there's a little bit of fluff in there, but I think if you kind of like 1.5 it, we'll catch the stuff pretty quick. Because like in the first 30 minutes, he drops like eight or nine, just like huge like admissions. If you kind of see what he's doing, he's kind of dropping just a lot of admission of what he's doing. There.
Yeah, I got a good video on Jordan Peterson too, the one I was looking for last time. I happened to actually find it this time, so I'll play that video as well.
Is it? Can you hear me? I was trying to speak earlier, but
yeah,
okay. Your audio is good.
Oh,
are you at a party, Neuro? What's that music in the background? I'll let you hear a little bit. Hold on.
The noise cancellation is gonna make it hard.
I better turn it off before copyright.
That's that.
He's got a rave going on there.
Sounded
Beastie
like
Boys.
Beastie Boys, yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely me, Beastie Boys. You know, but yeah, yeah.
But I wrote this down when the song was playing. Demons fight demons, cause of beast vision, or something like this. What was that? Who was that? The band you just played?
Big Just Nephilim Modulation Systems. You know, NMS. You know, one of the legendary bands for sure. I mean, but yeah, Beast Vision by Nephilim Modulation Systems. I mean, one of the greatest.
Oh, and yesterday I asked you about those two books, the Desire of The Botany of Desire and Silent Spring. I bought those for like several people. I bought because I'm gonna make sure people read it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Keep chatting for a while. I'm gonna come back in. My StreamYard is totally doing some crazy stuff, like flashing comments and just flashing the entire StreamYard at me. I don't understand. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Nephilim modulation system.
What was the author? I think I might have downloaded the PDF.
Oh, really? It was a chick. If I'm getting the name right, I think it was Silent Spring. Joanne. Was it Joanne?
I need to organize my files better.
Yeah, it's hard to. I got so many. Like I got like when Owen Benjamin and all that. I had the Bertari app, and somebody sent me The Engineering of Consent by what's his face? Like back
Bernays.
when Bernays. Like it was like $200 a copy. Some attorney he found a copy and he shared it with the group, like whoever wanted it.
Yeah, I think Bernays and Lippmann wrote a book called that, by the way. Walter Lippmann, also chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations. Yeah.
Rachel Carson?
Yeah, Rachel
Carson.
Yeah.
I do have the PDF.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an excellent book for people that are actually Alul uses that in his book Technological Society. He references it, right? So I mean it's an incredible
wow.
When he's talking about pesticides and the industrial food system. And it's just like the Kevin Warwick guy was saying, he's basically saying that if the food and the air quality and the water system have to be engineered by machines, then, people are extremely dependent on the machines, right, to an irreversible level, right? So that's a little bit of what the show yesterday was all about proving, right? Last, actually, I'd say 40 shows or so, right, that we did on the channel are basically about the same point, right? And then we really looked deeply at chapter 57 of the Tao Te Ching that really, really extreme, in an extreme case, makes the point, right? And one of the translations, they even use the word technique, right? So they use the word technique, right? Techne in Greek. I don't know what it is in Chinese, but I just say jitsu, right? Like jinjitsu or jujitsu. Say jitsu is like a method, right? Or like a technique, right? So they say like the jitsu, right? If they have the appropriate jitsu, the appropriate technique. But yeah, also borrowing it from Naruto, right? Because they put jitsu in the end of words and they create techniques that are based on all sorts of ideas. But yeah, but Jinjitsu, it's literally the art of deception. Right? According to the book Hagakure, right? That I believe is written by 15th or 16th century samurai, right? Interesting book. I could be very wrong on the dates there. Here, let me actually look this up. Hagakure, I have no idea when it was written, but I'm pretty sure.
The only thing I know of, is the Book of Five Rings from that time period. Like that's all.
Actually, I was in the ballpark, 1600s. Yeah, so yeah, definitely. I was only like give or take 100 years away. I mean, but yeah, we're gonna review this video by Eric Weinstein. But yeah, also I wanted to tell Truther and also I will call you. I mean, obviously give you a personal call, and talk about some things. But I want to do a stream and discuss Cockboy Hotline. Right? They did a couple of streams that are pretty interesting because we did an attack stream and then they disappeared from the internet. That's really weird. So I think we should actually document
they all fell apart. Yeah, right. Oh my god, dude. He won't even let me on the last two times.
Oh
He
yeah,
ignored.
not
I
only
went
are they
back to
afraid, not only are they
yeah.
afraid of me and Truther Cop, but they actually started disappearing off the internet.
He's
Right?
like,
So
hi, fuck you, bye.
yeah, exactly. So we'll actually we're gonna document that because we just did a major attack stream on them and then they silently just quit. Right. So I think that's huge. I mean, right, thank you, Plague of Arrows. Blessings, good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing okay. You know, yeah, definitely.
Good to see you there, Plague of Heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, the simping for TML is definitely appreciated. I mean, thank you, don't judge me. Blessings. I mean, Frank Monday. I appreciate you, sir. I mean, what's up, Cynthia? Blessings.
Well, she just wrote, wow, I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Right, Neuro.
Definitely seems like copyright area.
Where Neuro's at. But something's definitely going down. It's definitely going down wherever Neuro's at. I mean, blessings to Mimsy Lim, Zephyr Voxel. What's up, Cynthia? Yeah, that'll give us a lot of range if we flash that up. I mean, yeah, Dogma Free, blessings. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you, sir. Ragamuffin Vision, thank you. Enslaved by Truth, I haven't seen you in a long time. We found him, Drew. We found him, Drew.
On his tractor the whole time.
He was drunk, sitting on his tractor the whole time, passed out. Can't believe it, man. I mean, there he is. Wow. Excellent stuff. I mean, so yeah, we're definitely gonna document that. As long as Drew leaves it up, he might be a little bitch and take it down. Right? They do that all the time, but yeah, we're definitely going to document that as much as we can. If I have time, I'm really not too serious about reviewing it, but if actually I do review it, I hope he keeps it up. If he doesn't keep it up, then say la vie. I mean, but yeah, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he's the one who did the streams, about his so-called friends. So, I mean, definitely hilarious stuff there. But yeah, let's go to Weinstein. But yeah, all of our trolls are silently leaving. I don't know what's going on with that.
Seems kind of
lonely. I'm so lonely. Remember that song?
Yeah. Yeah, blessings to Sam. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into the content cuckery. Now, I know last show was supposed to be content cuckery, and it didn't end up being that. It ended up being a totally different stream, right? So I had to start this stream up, right? Because we usually use this episode to talk about the fake conservatives, alt-right, MAGA conservatives, right? That are actually techno-liberals, right? So, we've exposed techno-liberalism in many of its dimensions. I'd say we're the premier YouTube show that has exposed that ideology, right? Actually, there is no other YouTube shows that do an appropriate job other than Chad Haig. Okay, okay, there is a couple people who have dealt with the subject, okay, in a compelling manner. All right, but not enough to actually delve deep into the area. But so-called, a real analysis on the topic is few and far between. And it seems like at this stage, there's only me and Chad Haig that are available in terms of covering the nitty-gritty of techno-liberalism, right, in all of its various forms, right? Between the two of us, we've looked at Evola, Alul, Dr. K, aka Uncle Teddy. We've looked at different ideas in Nietzsche, right? We've looked at Hegel, right? So all of these are basically stepping stones in understanding the foundations of techno-liberalism, right? But then when you apply it to the modern ideas, now Weinstein said something very interesting at the end of our last presentation, right? He actually said that he wanted to promote science against technology. Okay, so very interesting dynamic there, right? He distinguished between A, science, and B, technology, and he said he wants to promote science and dispromote technology. Okay, so very interesting.
Rather strange, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting idea. Now, if you don't understand the terminology of what he's talking about, right? He's basically saying that he wants to, curtail industry and actually put forward research and development, right? Is basically what he's trying to say. Right? But is that part of degrowth, like sort of socialist, weird agenda? You mean, or just what type of stuff is it? Right? They got this sort of crypto communism, cryptocurrency communism, CCC.
Like he's speaking some kind of code, maybe.
Yeah. So
because technology drives science, so I don't know how you can promote science without technology.
Well, according to Lul, it's yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, technology drives science.
Especially for like some of the sciences he's talking about, I would imagine.
Yeah, so is he trying to throw people a curveball so that people become confused and start researching dead ends so that breaks down the country? Right? There's another idea. I mean, because they do seem to be promoting lots of fake theories that have been promoted, pointed out by experts of being charlatan and hoax theories, right? So why are they trying to create those discussions? Are they trying to poison the well? Right? Really strange, right? That could be part of the degrowth. If you push fake theories, and right, you get people to stop doing, cultivating the tech, right? So then you can promote your alternative research, departments and break down the university structure. We talked. They seem to be very interested in breaking down the universities, right? They said that it's time for the universities to go, right? So, and we saw something about Jordan Peterson University last time. Right? So yeah, kind of weird. But yeah. And of course, we saw his critique of other people on the alt-right while promoting them. People like Mencius Moldbug, right? Who they were saying that their ideas are dangerous and compelling at the same time, right? So they need to be vetted, but vetted by who?
You didn't get popped for that one because of the things he said?
Yeah, I kind of like fast forward like hundreds of times, right? But yeah,
I mean, it's like dodging bullets at this point.
Yeah, I mean, especially with those little bombs that Ezra and DK dropped, right? Where it was like, right? So it just kept going. But yeah, so you know what I mean. And I don't mean to place too much attention on the strikeable content because people will go and like go find it, go look for it.
Right.
So let's not mention. But yeah, but yeah, this dude looking very weird. I don't know if he has cancer or if he's part of the band REM or what's going on. I mean, this is crazy.
Geekonomy, March 30th. This is episode, I don't know, 1100 or something like that.
Man, that is a golem looking dude. Like, holy smokes. I mean, but yeah, God bless him. I mean, for sure.
And today I have the pleasure of hosting Eric Weinstein, someone who's done so much in his life. I'm not going to even start to introduce him. You're going to do it yourself.
See, both of them have these like warts or whatever. I mean, so I don't know what's going on. I mean, with that like crazy stuff on their face. I mean,
Weinstein.
Yeah, there you go. That's the first thing you need to do. So Eric Weinstein, please introduce yourself.
I'm a math guy from the U.S. who's back in Israel for the first time in 3 decades.
How is it?
it's people kept telling me it's going to be totally different, but it seems very much the same in all sorts of ways. I forgot what it feels like here.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, all these guys, Dave Rubin, right, went to Israel. Jordan Peterson went to Israel. Right, Eric Weinstein went to Israel. Right, they gave swimming reviews of the country and the people and their so-called democratic institutions and all that type of stuff. Okay, so yeah, they gave swimming reviews. I don't know if they visited the Wailing Wall, right? But yeah, but interesting optics with them all going to Israel. I mean,
For 30 years, you haven't been here since you've been to the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and nothing really changed
Well,
in your eyes?
32 years since I was at the university, and I think 28 years since I was at a friend's wedding, very briefly.
And it still looks the same?
Well, it doesn't, but it's always in.
so that's another strange thing. He's at Hebrew University and not like in Tel Aviv or one of those super hyper liberal cities. In Israel. He's they're visiting Jerusalem. That's another interesting thing. Why are all these secular atheists visiting Jerusalem? Where do they think all those stories are made up? Really weird.
No, it was always changing and in motion, and I guess the main reaction is just I forgot how completely crazy we are as a people. We were like watching the Hare Krishnas on the beach during Shabbat, and just the diversity within the Jewish world as well as non-Jews and all of the different sort of cross currents. There's no way to describe this place. If you're not here, it's even hard to conjure up from memory.
Yeah, an hour ago there was an alarm because of a missile from Yemen.
It was
and
very authentic. Thank you for the experience.
There you go. And nobody even cares anymore.
Well, they don't care because the technology is pretty good.
Exactly.
But I worry about you guys because I see very few people carrying weapons in the same way that I remember from 3 decades ago.
Oh, poor Israelis. They need more weapons, guys. Let's get them more weapons. They're like sitting ducks over there. They don't have enough American weapons. Before that, they didn't get enough Russian weapons. They didn't get enough uranium from South Africa. Let's just pretend like they don't have enough artillery. To defend themselves, right? And let's pretend also that Moses would have tolerated Hare Krishnas and that sort of thing. Right? No way possible. No way possible. Right?
Yeah.
He would have seen them as idolaters. Right. So what kind of Israel is that? It's literally a European country that you visited. Right, that you're saying has ancient roots. Totally fake stuff. Right?
Yeah, so it starts off a little slow, but you'll see like it evolves pretty quickly. Like it gets like once he starts like saying this crazy shit, it gets more and more crazy like every 5 minutes. Like you'll see, it's a slow burner, but it gets pretty good.
As I did before, unfortunate events of 2023, that Israel can forget itself as to where it's located because it's so completely different from its neighborhood.
On one aspect, I tend to agree. On the other, I completely disagree.
Did you hear that? Israel is diverse, unlike its neighbors. Right? They practice diversity and inclusion, unlike their neighbors, because they allow Hare Krishnas on the beach. Right? Because in a Muslim country, you can't have Hare Krishnas on the beach. Right? So Israel is one of the most advanced people on earth, according to Eric Weinstein. Right? It's important to note that he uses liberal ideology in order to distinguish who's advanced and who's not advanced. Right? But then at home, he fights against inclusivity and all that stuff. Isn't that weird?
It's really goofy.
Yeah, he says like, oh yeah, the trans people and the pronouns and all that stuff. We should actually fight against all that stuff. Fighting, very strange, right? So at home, he's got different policies than abroad, right?
Disagree. I think one of the virtues of the human mind is the ability to adjust and just to forget, because if you won't forget, you'll remember too many things.
Yeah, how could you be a Jew and not forget things? Like, honestly, like it's literally, like how can you not forget like 2,000 years of history. You know, right? You have to forget. You have to just be like, yeah, this is ancient Israel. Yeah, you have to forget a lot. Like you forgot the whole thing. You forgot everything that happened. Yeah, you're doing quite a bit of forgetting for sure. Selective memory, that they have for sure.
And then
Yeah, blessings, Lilith.
Never forget. Blessings.
Yeah, never forget. And this guy's saying forgetting's awesome.
Right.
you can go back to work for Wiz and sell it for Google or something. If you need to remember everything and just live it through the experience, it's a much harder experience.
You know, it's very hard. I'm still in a sort of listening mode. You know, I'm almost sad to be doing a podcast because I really feel like you need to be a listener before you're a speaker here. And I've just been hearing so many things that communicate facts about what's going on that I'm completely not getting in the U.S., even though I'm exposed to all sorts of people who have a lot of knowledge and contact with the culture.
I think it's the same for everywhere and anybody. If I feel the culture of the US by listening to podcasts or visiting a few times a year or just absorbing the culture, I think I understand Americans, but I surely don't.
Yes.
That's just the fact of it. And that's the reason so many people were surprised by the re-election of Trump or even the first one, because when you absorb the culture, you get it through filters.
Well,
You don't get it via first party experience.
Also, the fact that Trump 2 is so different than Trump 1.
Yeah, it's if you don't live there, and you know what? You live in California, right?
I do.
It's a totally different experience than the other 49 states.
Well, and Los Angeles is completely different from San Francisco, although some people claim that it's the farthest southern suburb of San Francisco.
And San Francisco is totally different than Fresno, because you just described two of the richest cities in the world, and between them, there are so many cities that are totally different.
Well, I could make a joke about what is this Fresno of which you speak, you know?
Exactly. I was born in the equivalent of Fresno in Israel, and that's the same exact joke.
Which one?
Beersheba, in the desert. And so many cities around the world are not Los Angeles, are not Tokyo, are not Munich, are not London, and you can feel the stress that it causes.
By the way, Israel and California are shaped exactly the same. You know, and they're also, California, Texas, and Florida. You know, it's crazy how many like trade agreements they have with Israel, with the actual country. You know, right? So states have actual trade agreements with Israel. I mean, and so does the NSA use Israeli companies to collect data.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's coming up on some of the streams that we're doing at the end of the streams, where we covered that on Neurojack stream, and we'll have to bring that back with those episodes. I mean, but yeah, interesting stuff.
There's evidence of the Jewish people in Florida before Columbus. But then again, Columbus was a Jew. What do you say?
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, there's some stuff about that Henry Abramson has on that. You know, where he writes in his journals that he began his journeys to look for a homeland for the Jewish people. Very weird proclamation that he made. I mean, and then he constantly writes in his journals that he's looking for the New Jerusalem. I mean, right, which he thinks is like on top of a pear-shaped world. If he travels a world, he'll find like the tip of the pear. Right, totally weird stuff that Columbus is writing about. Right, he's following made-up stories by Marco Polo. Looking for lost gold, and also looking for New Jerusalem. You know what I mean?
We'll see. That's the thing, Mo. Is we were told it was made up, but if you actually look deeper, that might actually have been a lie. It's too much to get into right now.
Yeah, I
But
get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, why are they? Like, why can't anybody go to like Antarctica and all that type of stuff? You know, I mean, it is interesting, right?
you had like Calafia, the legend of Calafia, right? And the story of the history of California.
Oh, okay.
Before it was California, and that gets into like hidden history. I don't want to go on a tangent,
Yeah, I heard about
but
that too.
yeah, there's some weird stuff about that. And then you had like the Vikings, and you had the weird like hieroglyphs and like Sumerian looking stuff in the Grand Canyon, and so there's a lot of strange stuff. And there was definitely a Jewish presence in like Florida and stuff. Like, I'm not kidding. That really is a thing. But this idea of them, not remembering is really kind of comical, honestly. And before they went to Palestine, they were like 40 different places that they were going to go beforehand. The first one I think was like Madagascar or something. They were going to go to Africa. They were going to go to parts in the U.S. They were if you actually look at the history of Zionism, uh, it wasn't until the Balfour Declaration that it was actually Palestine. There's a long history of just like the magical number that I won't mention. Uh, was used like 100 years before that event. Um, them having a homeland was way before as well. So there's quite a history there, but I don't want to derail the stream. But yeah, I'd be happy to get deeper into that another time, because there's a lot there. But Christopher Columbus was in fact a Sephardic, so make of that what you will.
Yeah, yeah, totally. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. We're gonna. Yeah, I actually don't know where this is leading. With Neurojack. But yeah, we'll see what it is.
Although, because Los Angeles has exported so much entertainment over the years, there's a weird way in which everybody who's consumed media lives in Los Angeles. Like, everyone knows what the streets feel like, in a certain sense. And therefore, when you live in a culture exporting place, there's a bizarre way in which everyone is a citizen of your town.
And still, it's not hatred, but there's a lot of resentment of people not living in the big cities all around the world, and you can feel the reaction in the Brexit,
sure,
or in the Trump re-election, or the first election, or everything with the AfD in Germany, and
What
you
the
can see
hell?
it all over the world, and it's almost a duplicate. You can see like experiences, even in Turkey right now, there's duplicates in behavior and sociology
Yeah.
all over the world. We used to be very different, and we are less different these days.
Well, there are these currents that are changing every place, and I'm almost more fascinated by what is happening in as sort of the instantiation of a global phenomenon which is experienced by each locality as if that is what's going on. So, for example, Turkey. You bring up Turkey, India.
So there's another weird aspect to their ideology. They seem to promote internationalism. You know what I mean? And also city life. So,
Yeah, yeah.
it's extremely strange for, people who are so-called nationalists to promote these ideologies.
Well,
And
see,
so-called fighting liberalism.
see. This is the whole thing, and this gets into the like what Jesus calls the synagogue of Satan, and it says Jews that say there are Jews that are not, which is actually a mistranslation, and it gets so choppy, because like the Torah constantly talks about not staying within the tribe. There's a reason, because they're chosen for a certain purpose, and yet they didn't do that. And most of these Zionists are actually atheists. So it's like it's really confusing, and it's meant to be. And there's 12 tribes, and those 12 tribes are a mixed multitude, which basically means they're scattered across the earth. And so the real issue is not the Jews, so called. It's the fact that they claim they're the only ones, and they shut out everybody else. And you basically have to have a blood test to go there, and and that's that. And the fact of the matter is, they're not even really truly who they say they are. You know, so it's all like the people in Palestine are just as, you know, Semitic, if not more so, than the people that are dropping bombs. You know, but they need more weapons and they need more, you know, money. You know, but you know the Palestinians are throwing rocks and they have, you know, nuclear weapons. So it's
Yep.
very it's a very interesting you know, set of circumstances. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, there's
really
people in there's people in Africa, Asia, Iran,
yeah,
and and even Kashmir with Jewish genetics. And people
right.
don't know about it.
Native American, Europe, everywhere, dude. Well, I mean, you had Japheth, Ham, and Shem, right? So Shem was like the, you know, like the Africans. Japheth was like the Europeans, you know, and the Native Americans, you know. And there's Hebrew scholars who have talked about this, you know. And it's that's the thing is, and
Yeah.
it's not those who say they are Jews or not. The word Jew was created in the 18th century. If you go back to the earlier translations of the Bible, you know, and this is why I don't throw it all out.
Or what
And that's
about
why when I talk to
or what
people that
about
are like,
Orthodox Judaism? It has nothing to do with the Judaism of Moses. It's literally
no,
created in Europe in the 1500s.
absolutely nothing. No,
So it's crazy.
this is what I'm saying. Yeah, there were like 8 forms of Judaism at the time of Jesus, and
Yeah, like
after the death of Jesus, you know, and people are gonna assault that. You know, like I
at
talked
least
with
like
that guy who's an occultist who I really like had a lot of things in common with, but like he pushed back against, you know, the fact that I believe that Jesus actually did exist. You
yeah.
know, and that's people believe whatever they want. You know, I don't. I keep my mind open to everything. I never, you know, attach to any one ideology. I always, you know, like I always tell you, like I believe everything is God, essentially. You know,
Yeah, but
um,
it's crazy. The Orthodox Jews claim they're more Orthodox than the Orthodox Christians or whatever, but they were actually closer to the actual Jews than these European guys. I mean, they're
well,
actually in the 1500s.
well,
And
they're
right,
not
and
even
just
really. They're not even really European machine. Like some of them are, yes, the Ashkenazi, but if you really trace it back, they're Turkic. Okay, people talk about the Khazarians, but that's only like the tip of the iceberg. And most of these people that are supposedly Khazarian, like yeah, that happens, but like that bloodline kind of died out a while ago. Like you can't really trace that anymore. They are a Turkic, you know, tribe, and they did kind of marry in with like the British nobility, and that's why you have like the Stone of Scone and all this. Like you have like the British nobility, you know, basically have, you know, at their throne room, you know, they do like all these Hebrew rituals and shit, and even in Freemasonry. It's all about Solomon's temple and all that. And people don't understand. This goes back way further. And then you have like British Israelism. And everyone's like, well, what's that about? Well, British is not anything to do with the English people. Brit, okay, it is not the same thing as English. Ish is Hebrew. It's a Hebrew word. It means man. Brit means contract or covenant. So British means man or the contract or covenant. That's what it means.
yeah, we had that with the Hour of the Time, Bill Cooper last time.
Right.
Actually on our last show on Cyber Caliphate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we were looking
these
at a couple of things.
words, so these words like Israel and so this is another thing you need to understand. These words like Israel and Brit and Jew and, you know, Judahite and all that, these words are used in secret societies and they mean one thing to them and another thing to the
Well,
masses.
well, that's kind of why I wanted to play this because like he's starting to mention Turkey
So
suddenly,
so
and then
so
you'll
so
see he'll
so
start
to make it
you'll start
simple,
he'll start
like
admitting all the things that you're saying in just a second.
they they want anti-Semitism. Okay, they want anti-Semitism
Oh yeah,
because
That's
that,
why
Oh
that's
yeah.
that's why
exactly
we're
because
that's literally why he's playing this video. Yeah,
yeah
yeah, totally. Yeah,
that's
and
why I'm playing this video
they
because he
want people
admits
to think
he,
that, you know, they want to see what happened with World War II and they want people to be mad and they want people to think that they can like trust like neo-Nazis and shit, not
but that
realizing that
so
it's the same people.
but that's
They're
why
just
we're playing this video because he's going to literally admit to all that in this video in like the
yeah, but
next.
this whole thing that he's that actually the um or what I was oh yeah, actually I already said that. Yeah, let me just play the video. What the fuck?
Israel are let's say, 3 of my 5 favorite countries outside of the U.S.
Big surprise.
In many of these places, what you're seeing is the repudiation of 20th century overreach from giant idealistic projects. So, for example, India's rejection of Hinduism and Hindutva as an organizing principle in favor of sort of an enforced secularism.
Yeah, and that was also created by small hats. Pretty weird. I mean, coincidence. Right?
Well, yeah, they took over.
Hinduism.
India.
And then Hindu nationalism. Basically created by theosophy and syncretism. And right, look up the history of Vivekananda, who was a Freemason.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, the British through the Israel. Yeah, it was through the Israelite British connection that India was just taken over. Yeah, that's
so there's this little admission that they did that, and pretty weird, because he's like, oh yeah, Hindutva, yeah, that's OG Judaism, just like Orthodox, Judaism, and this is Orthodox Hinduism. What a bunch of lies!
Yeah,
they made
no
it up.
such thing.
Yeah, they made it up. You really think they came 2,000 years later and restarted the fucking religion, right? In Europe, come on, dude.
In Hebrew, it's Ein it's Ein Mavada. There is nothing but God. In the Vedic tradition and the pre-Vedic, everything is Brahman. It was originally all one thing, and then they created all these divisions through these secret societies, through the Mossad, through the CIA, through Freemasonry, through all this other shit. They created these splinter groups. The same thing happened with Buddhism. They made Bon illegal, and they were killing all those people. The same thing with the Yazidi. They massacred. The same thing with the Gnostics. You can look into all of this. Anytime there was a mystical tradition that sprang up, they annihilated the people. This is just a fact. Whether people, respect that or not, the fact is these people were taken out, and they created these divisive religions and these caste systems and all this other stuff that really was never there. So all these traditions, have had their own scribes and Pharisees, shall you say. So it happened with Christianity. It happened with what became Hindu, Sanatana Dharma is what it was called. It happened with Islam. It happened with everything. With Sharia law, and I know you know what that is. It's like the Talmud for Islam. I know that. So
there's different versions of it,
right?
I mean, so when people say Islam is, conclusively the Sharia law regulations, that's conclusively false.
No,
right?
Islam really is a religion of peace at its core.
Yeah, it's like saying that, and the same people who actually say that, there's a lot of groups like David Horowitz Center, right? And also Shillman, Institute. Basically, what they have is, they have all of these double standards that they apply to, Islamic Sharia law, and they don't apply that to the Talmud. Really weird.
Even Theosophy and Freemasonry weren't originally malevolent. This is all infiltration, all of it. Theosophy, when Blavatsky was in charge, was completely private. It was for an inner circle, and that was it. Nobody was trying to do anything outside of it. It wasn't until Alice Bailey came in, who was a Fabian socialist in A Night of Malta, that it became something that was projected out into the world. And then they started with the UN, palling with the UN and the meditation rooms and Maitreya and the fucking Benjamin Creme and all this evil shit. And then that's where the New Age came from. And then you had Puharich. You want a really deep dive? Look into Andreja Puharich, Puharich. That dude is dark, man. He was involved in all kinds of, like everyone talks about the New Age, they think it's like some great thing. Love and light, all the shit. If you look into all the teachings that people have on the New Age, you could trace it all back to this guy Puharich. And he was connected with the Pentagon, the CIA, MK Ultra, all these like scientists that were doing all these horrible experiments, all this. And all this like star seed, love and light bullshit is straight out of this guy Puharich and all the crazy people that he was associated with.
Ruh-roh.
And it was literally black magic and CIA, MK Ultra, Monarch, you know, whatever. It's dark, man. It's really dark. But these were Fabian socialists. These were you know, black magicians of the highest order, Jesuits and Knights of Malta. You know, just like the Christian identity is the same thing. So there's all these groups that, you know, came in and took over. You know, pretty much same thing with you know, Orthodox Christianity. You know, it was the same thing. You had these like evangelical movements and what do you call latter day movements, latter rain. They still have them, where they believe that they're like the, you know, like Joel's army and all this, and people that like are doing like miracles and shit and like healing the sick, and they think that basically the old ways are done and over with, and that they're basically the new you know, the new game in town, and that Christ can't come until their mission is fulfilled, and it's wild, man.
I agree with you, but I really want you to hear what he says, because like if you
Yeah,
if you
let's
see
get
the way
into
he
it.
admits it, I want to hear.
He's a
what,
smart dude, but he's
Yeah, I
a
got you.
double agent.
but give him some rope, because
We
he's
take that
gonna hang.
opposite in
Well,
Turkey.
I don't want to say that, but you know,
Well,
he's gonna say some stuff.
No. I think it's the same in some sense. Modi and Erdogan are playing the role of the undoers of the grand ideological project. You know, Ataturk's 1923 or so transformations, you know, Latinizing Arabic script.
What the fuck? Now he's talking about the guy Ataturk who led the Young Turks and committed the fucking Albanian genocide.
Armenian genocide, yeah.
I'm sorry, Armenian genocide. I mean,
Which was
insane.
Sabbatean.
Yeah,
100,000% Sabbatean.
Yeah,
If you
he's
want it-
saying he's like some kind of hero. I mean, crazy.
If you want it from a good Jewish source, look up Rabbi Marvin Anselman. The book is called To Eliminate the Opiate.
Oh yeah, definitely excellent source there to eliminate the opiate. Yeah, oh yeah, it'll tell you all about you know, the Don May, and all that type of stuff. I mean, crazy stuff that you know, how the Sabbateans, they went underground and you know, colluded against the Islamic Caliphate or whatever, so they could establish Israel in that area. You know, they had to get rid of the Ottomans, right? Just like they had to get rid of you know, the Russian czars, right, and a couple of other you know, institutions, right? They had to totally uproot them, right, in order to establish a quote unquote I mean, or whatever, new world order or whatever.
Yeah,
right.
and
They said it all the time. Yeah, people have been sleeping for 100 years, right?
The whole Hasidic movement and the whole Chabad Lubavitch movement is Sabbatean. 110%. A lot of people don't realize that. The Sabbateans aren't just the Sabbateans. Like they've infiltrated everything. The Sabbateans are what's behind the Illuminati, and then the Jesuits are behind them, and it's all one big game. But it's like the Sabbateans started the Hasidic movement and the Chabad everyone talks about. Like they're the ones behind all of that. See, Zionism used to be a minority. All the actual all the rabbis were railing against it. Now there's very few. You have like the Torah Carta, who say, look, this is blasphemy. We believe in God. We believe we're in exile. You know, the Torah says we're in exile until we're not. God tells us when we have our homeland, not man. You know, and now they're like laughed at and spit at, and you know, because they actually try to live righteously. And they're a minority, and so they're considered crazy. You know, and the mainstream, you know, media mocks them and shit. But you know, and there's I can't remember his name, but there's a rabbi who talks about this, and he says that they're dialectical opposites. You know, Judaism and Zionism are dialectical opposites.
Yeah,
And
there's
people are
some truth.
atheists.
Yeah, there's some truth to this comment here. The British have a lot of involvement in Sunni Islam, institutions. You know, right? Too much involvement, in my opinion, like with the Muslim Brotherhood and starting all sorts of madrasas and starting the Al Azhar university in Egypt and all that type of stuff. There's been some pretty weird involvement with all that stuff, including people who call themselves Islamic modernists. Like Jalaluddin Afghani and all these other people. I mean, right? So it's pretty weird stuff. So yeah, there is some strangeness behind that comment. I will tell people in terms of, to look into the Saudi Arabians and where they came from, and right because
Saudi royal
really,
family.
yeah, because it's the same exact source. The same time they broke down the Ottomans and created Turkey, they created Israel and Saudi Arabia as basically sister states. All right, so it's crazy history behind that. Right? And I know I'm losing viewers. What the hell? Softies. But yeah,
You know all about the Saudi
taking
royal
the language
family.
actually from Osmanlıca
Yeah.
to modern Turkish, getting rid of polygamy, banning the fez. These things
banning religion almost. The Young Turks, what they've done.
Sure, and
banning the
but
religion.
they didn't really ban it effectively in Anatolia. What they did is they took the Western crust on the Aegean, and they made it more secular and European. And now you have this confusion. There's an enormous city that.
So look at that. They should have banned Islam completely. You guys heard them, right? They didn't ban it effectively.
Right.
Right. So very interesting. Right. Very interesting admission there.
Most people in Istanbul won't visit, even though it's right next door, called Bursa. And the last time I was
Because you can't have secularism where there's Islam, right? So he just admitted that, right? So it's pretty interesting. Right?
there, I went. I visit with the Jewish community in Bursa actually, and the willingness of modern secular Turks to treat their Anatolian counterparts or their
Yeah, Hamamoto's cool. Yeah, Hamamoto's got some good stuff that I've seen. I mean, for sure. I mean,
more orthodox counterparts as if they come from the moon or a foreign culture is astounding. And in India, of course, Modi's rise is in part the repudiation of Gandhi and Nehru.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, the thing I watched with Hamamoto was when he was talking about Freemasonry in Japan and why the animes have like a bunch of occultic symbolism, right? Because all like, you know, if you've ever watched like Neon Genesis or Naruto or Dragon Ball Z or any of those, you know, really popular ones, or even Death Note, right? You'll find all this Christian symbolism of the Antichrist, symbolism from Gnostic, you know, religions and stuff. You know, Full Metal Alchemist and stuff. So it's kind of weird. The same thing happened in Japan, right? When they created, you know, they basically created a new version of Zen Buddhism. You know, with the you know, with the Theosophical Society and these guys like D.T. Suzuki, you know, they were totally in line with Japanese fascism, right? And yeah, they studied the occult, right? And they brought in all of these syncretistic influences to create a national identity, right? They did the same thing in Italy. They did, you know, under Mussolini, you know, where he tried to create himself as Rome. I mean, obviously Germany, I mean, they tried to create the Third Reich or whatever. So they had this idea where they were creating a nationalistic identity, right, based on these ancient, you know, based on ancient symbology mixed with occultism. Right, it's very interesting.
So you have to ask yourself the question, what happened during the 20th century that you had all of these grand idealistic projects? In the States, it would be perhaps the New Deal and Lyndon Johnson's Great Society programs. And now they're being undone because the brutality of the failure of the idealism is being repudiated. One example here, of course, is that when I was here last in the early 90s, I was very unpopular for saying there is no two-state solution. And
well, that was the prime time to say exactly the opposite of it. It's the prime days of Yitzhak Rabin and the Oslo Project.
Well, but the great danger is that what sounds beautiful is deadly. And the two-state solution salved the American conscience by saying, look, you know, we're going to do the inverse wisdom of King Solomon. We're going to divide the baby, and that's going to be the way to bring peace. And of course, this was predicated on the cold peace brokered between Sadat and Begin of Carter. And the fact that cold peace has held, a bitter, ugly, horrible peace, but peace it is nonetheless. That the difference between those two situations was not appreciated from abroad. And I would also say that the U.S. State Department never had the characteristics of the British Foreign Service, where the British Foreign Service always got to know a region so well that they were in danger of going native, whereas on the other hand, the U.S. State Department often imposes some sort of American idealism on places that can't support it.
Yeah, there's almost no equivalent of Lawrence of Arabia from the States.
Yeah.
It's usually, as we spoke before the episode, I said you're very American, and usually most Americans are very Americans. It's a strong culture, and it does not bend the knee to anybody.
Well, but
Yeah, by the way, D.H. Lawrence, was an interesting dude. He wrote lots of books on occultism as well. And he also had lots of sexual relations with other famous people, right? That are dudes, right? So he's an interesting guy, right? I believe Aldous Huxley and some other people, right? So he's very strange dude. I mean, but yeah, yeah. So let's check this out. I mean, this is getting pretty weird, what he said right now about Solomon and the baby and stuff. Again, trying to say that it's this ancient state of Israel, right? He's alluding to this ideology, right? When he just admitted that it's secular humanist, right? Modernist state, right? Where there's Hare Krishnas on the beach and that sort of thing, right? So what's interesting is that he's talking about this two-state solution over here. But why did they create, and fund some of the terrorist groups? Right? That's really weird, right? Where they created some of the tension in the region, right? Look up the Lavon affair, right? And other such. Look up the bombing of the King David Hotel, right? Okay, bombing of USS Liberty. Right, there's lots of weird military operations. Right?
Sometimes it doesn't. Even
I
know
think
that
it's the
V is
anniversary
supposed to be
today of the
connected.
USS Liberty.
Oh, really?
I think I saw something earlier. I'm not sure though.
It's the anniversary when Israel attacked America. Pretty weird.
Oh, that was an accident.
Yeah, accidentally, of course. Yeah.
Wink, wink, hint, hint.
There's video of Trump, I think, touching members of the royal family of Saudi Arabia, and it wasn't a question of a knowing and knowledgeable transgression. It was probably the fact that he wasn't aware. And if he was aware, he might have made the same decision. But there's always the question, are you drinking your finger bowl, imagining that it's delicious lemon soup as a choice, or is it that you just don't even know that you're being handed a finger bowl?
That you are now focusing on Oslo in the first days of the 90s before Yitzhak Rabin was murdered, but the major trauma for the Israeli psyche, and it really relates to what you said, was the breakup from Gaza. And I can tell you, as a person who was in favor of it, I'm still not really empathetic, if I'm being honest with myself, with the trauma that these people that were moved away, transferred from their houses for the name of peace, or in the name of just trying to separate the true people.
You mean the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Gaza?
I'm using ethnic cleansing for when it's another people that is doing it for you, is doing it to you, but you can say that, and they will say that, of course.
Well, no, but I'm just saying.
That's rich terminology. The ethnic cleansing of Jews from Gaza, folks. Holy smokes. Right?
Yeah.
That is extremely rich terminology. Inversion, that's like,
Let's not be in insensitive mode. Like, there's like at least a couple of dozen people. This is a true tragedy.
Like, what the hell is even that?
Yeah, incredible. Just incredible.
That if the visual trauma of Yamit, for example, I think was captured in photographs. I don't know that we have such photographs burned into the American Jewish psyche.
By the
of what
way,
happened.
this is a stat from Heal Palestine, the organization, right? They literally said that Gaza is the #1 place in the world for child amputees, folks. So, make of that what you will, right? And right, I've repeated that many times. They obviously, there goes my StreamYard. I'll be right back, folks.
11:21.
11:21.
You still at that party, Neuro? Maybe.
Yes, I'm actually catching up on all the L.A. riot stuff and some statistics for you guys. In 1950, California was 94% white. Now it's 36% white, and all the people holding the flags in L.A. are saying that the worst possible thing is to be deported out of America and back to Mexico. Just make sure you put that in perspective.
That's some kind of psyop going on over there.
And
better watch out, bro.
They called the autonomous Waymo cars and then burned them in the middle of the street as a form of protest. So they're literally raging against the machine, if you will.
It's peaceful.
Mostly.
That's
No,
their
but I just say that because like what we're reviewing here is all about like Israel's right to deport and kick out anyone they want. But then if you talk about that here in America, even as a right-wing person, you're a racist, a bigot, a whatever. You know what I mean? So even people like Weinstein, who's supposedly a MAGA guy or whatever, would say that to you. So it's like, okay, so I just find that very ironic, you know?
Well, just go listen to Barbara Lerner Specter, and she says that Europe is no longer going to be a monolith, and that it needs to learn to be America too needs to learn to be more inclusive and multicultural, and that
Clergy plan, more like.
he was yeah, exactly. But yet, as Neurojack just so elegantly displayed, they don't want anybody in their chosen lands. So, just as a side note,
Yeah, by the way, these guys have huge this Kalergi guy, he's got a huge link to the Mises Institute.
Ruh-roh.
Oh yeah. Maybe one day we can expose that, because there's a lot of these guys, on the alt-right, that are pushing the libertarian sort of ideology. So yeah, there's a lot of links between paleo conservatives and libertarians, right?
And it's another people that is doing it for you, is doing it to you, but you can say that, and they will say that, of course.
Well, no, but I'm just saying that if the visual trauma of Yamit, for example, I think was captured in photographs. I don't know that we have such photographs burned into the American Jewish psyche of what happened in Gaza.
So what I'm trying to convey is, even me, that I was born here, I'm living here ever since I was born here, born and raised, as they say, and still only in the last 2 years, when that trauma just manifested itself in everything that is happening in Israel, I'm only now starting to understand how much anger bottled up there.
Can you say more?
Ask questions, I'll answer. Usually people here really are upset on when I'm speaking too much, but I don't mind.
No. I'm curious just how your personal relationship, you obviously can appreciate what Sharon was thinking, that you have a demographic problem. You have a very unusual situation that you had, a third of the...
Yeah, anytime these guys get huge studios to sit around and interview people and they say very little, that's a huge Fed pogo vibe from that entire situation, right?
100%.
Yeah, because who set these guys up? Who's paying them? Who's funding this operation? And why is it so
These
asset?
like freaking like black cubes in the background.
Yeah, like what the fuck? I mean, right? It's like, what is this? Like graphene oxide? Like again? I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so wild stuff.
Palestinian Arab population on a 17th of the land.
Of
There's
course.
very little that connects Gaza to the Jewish people, except for some stuff with Samson.
No, there was. Do you know Shabtai Tzvi? Shabtai Tzvi was a
Oh!
false prophet. He
Yeah.
was a very
What?
famous person in.
The hell? Is
Mic
going
drop.
on?
Mic drop.
What the hell is going on here? So I guess me and Lilith's entire rant was not for nothing at this point. Holy smokes! Total.
Let's see how they twist it.
Yeah, what a twist!
Stay
in the
tuned.
Jewish history books, and Shabtai Tzvi.
Yeah, this is
met
crazier than M. Night Shyamalan right now. For real.
Right.
someone called Nathan the Gazan. Nathan lived in Gaza.
Oh man, now they're talking about student Jacob Frank. I mean,
Yeah.
crazy. Nathan of Gaza. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, pretty weird. Who was several stripes more extreme than the two of them, right? So
Yes.
it just got successively worse when you go to Shabbatai Zevi to Jacob Frank to Nathan of Gaza. It gets like crazier and crazier.
Yeah, he claimed to be the reincarnation, actually. Of Seth.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There were Jewish people living in Gaza.
I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying that it's not the same connection
Of course
as
not.
Judea and Samaria. It's
course
much
not.
less. And if I recall correctly, and again, this is not the place to screw stuff like this up. But I remember, I think it was Moshe Dayan saying that his great nightmare as an archaeologist would be finding very serious remains of synagogue.
Yeah, Moshe Dayan talking about his nightmares is a little. The guy looks like a fucking. It's like literally the Antichrist. I mean, like, have you guys ever seen Moshe Dayan? It's like the scariest
No.
looking dude of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me show you guys pictures of Moshe Dayan.
Now that you
know,
tease it.
Yeah, who with Golda Meir almost debated about dropping a nuclear weapon on Egypt. Insane.
Yep.
Okay, and right, insane people that are in charge of nuclear weapons over there, and so consider that one, right? Wow,
You
I
better
show you
look like
this
the
guy's-
guy from the J memes.
Yeah, this guy. You know what I mean? If you look up Moshe Dayan, this is how Moshe Dayan looks. Look, check this out.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, it looks like you'd be in a Bond movie, right?
It's a gargoyle, dude. It's a human fucking gargoyle. Same as Netanyahu. You're crazy.
It's a freaking Bond villain.
Right.
Students of Jabotinsky.
Yeah. Straight out of a Bond villain. Legit. Like, I think he was probably used as a archetype for
for a Bond.
for
Yeah,
a Bond
exactly.
villain. I really think so. Like, I can't remember which one, but
By the way, I think he's mentioned by the Satanist church guy. I mean,
LeVay?
Yeah.
Yeah, LeVay, yeah. Moshe Dayan. Yeah, let me look this up real quick and then I'll
It's
bring it to you.
it's probably who like number 2 is based on in Dr. Evil. You know what I mean? Like Austin Powers. You know what I mean?
Right.
With that eye patch and everything. You know.
Yeah. It said when the Satanic Bible was released, okay, LeVay shared it with Asaf Dayan, son of Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, who proclaimed it perfectly suited for the conditions of Israel.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, well, Anton LaVey was Jewish. I mean, which should be obvious. You know.
Yeah, this is from Winter Watch, April 23, 2024. I'm not actually familiar with this website, but I'll show you guys this article here. You know, this is actually from his book, from LaVey's book, right? From an excerpt from his book, right? So on
Yeah, I have it.
Anton LaVey's Secret Life of a Satanist Satanic Bible, The Secret Life of a Satanist below. This book itself gives further detail about how gun runners procured surplus rifles that were located and shipped out to Jewish terrorists, like the Stern Gang in Irgun. When the Satanic Bible was released, LaVey shared it with Asaf Dayan. Are you guys seeing this?
Yep.
Oh, whoops. What the hell?
Pop up.
Fucking type your email. Continue reading. All right. So this is the excerpt from the book down there. Okay. There were two main rendezvous spots in San Francisco, a Jewish community center and workers collective downtown, where fellows would come in off the boat and went right down to meet the contacts in the library of one of these places. I would be hired to play for a fashion show or variety show. Then I'd get through and go right down to the docks where the crates of guns were being loaded onto the ships to Israel. So that's a weird thing for Anton LaVey to be involved in. What'd you guys say?
Highly sus, yep.
But yeah, let's check this
Yeah,
out.
they were all connected with military intelligence for sure, 110%. Him and Michael Aquino, clearly, because he was the fucking director of the psychological operations unit, four-star general.
Oh, but there's no connections between the Illuminati and Satanism and the Jews and Shabbatai Zevi.
Absolutely, there is.
They're just mentioning it because they're part. It's part of their interest. Oh my God! Right? How stupid can people get? Right?
No, absolutely, there is.
You
Organized.
know what I mean? Right? Like
Yeah,
holy crap!
no.
Like holy smokes! But yeah, we're only 13 minutes in. I don't know how far you want me to go in this, Neuro, but this is already wild and crazy.
I mean, all you got to do is look into Presidio and that whole. Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys look at our last episode, we were exposing Eric Weinstein, but not like this. Here, he's cooked himself. I mean, and served himself up for, his beef stew. I mean, holy smokes.
Synagogues in Gaza or something like that.
You are, of course, correct.
So compare this episode with the last episode and think, why is he promoting his fake intellectual theories? Right? What's the agenda behind that? Right? If he's supporting this foreign country, it's
and
really
the
weird.
history of Gaza goes back to the Phoenicians and the Carthaginians who left Gaza, if I'm not mistaken, but not a lot of Jewish tradition there. There is some Jewish historical enthusiasts. Please don't yell at me in the comments. I know some of it, but it's not that important as Judea and
I'm just
Samaria
saying
and Jerusalem.
it's much more minor.
Yes, indeed. And yes, I was I agreed so much with Sharon and afterwards with Olmer that I wasn't in Israel in 2006. I left the army and I needed some time for myself. And I traveled Asia for 8 months, and I drove via train and car and motorcycle for 500 miles just to go to the embassy and vote, only to support that endeavor by the Sharon regime and his followers. And you know what the ambassador told me? You need to stop watching American culture shows and movies, because in Israel, as an Israeli abroad, you can't vote in the embassy. It's nice that you drove for 12 hours only because you think you can vote in the embassy, but you can't. That's something that Americans do in America. You can't. I said, really? I really wanted to, but I didn't, because apparently you can vote only in Israel. You see?
Good to have you aboard.
So here's a fact for you. As a Jewish person living abroad, you can't. But I really wanted to, and that just to convey the message that I really was supporting it. I served in a special forces unit where we lost people in Gaza, and I didn't really see the reason for it. Maybe retroactively I do, but I didn't see it back then. A friend of mine was killed there, and I didn't see the reason for it. His mom got the news. She lived in Kiryat Gat, 10 kilometers from where he was killed, and he wasn't even protecting that place as I felt it. I felt that the fact that we have so many Arabs there that feel that they were wrong because they were already displaced in 48, and now they're again settlements down their throat is not a good thing for us to have, not morally, not by any means, and I really supported that move.
Well, there is also the question about whether or not there was a plan of Sharon that did not get a chance to complete. And if I think about my favorite church because of its interior, La Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, Gaudi did not leave enough instructions to figure out how to complete his masterwork.
If he had place, he would have written the entire instruction on the back note of the page. Of
I'm
course.
hoping that the AI will figure out what it was that he was trying to do. But I don't know what Sharon was thinking, because all I see is this portion of a plan.
So you asked me who are the most popular guests in the podcast, and the one that is most popular is Dan Shiftan, and Dan Shiftan was one of the fathers of that plan.
Yeah.
So I had the pleasure of speaking with him twice, and he relayed everything. That was the plan. He said Gaza. He said 18 or 19% of.
So this guy who's extremely involved in American politics is extremely involved in Israeli politics, right? And he's setting the narrative, okay, about conservatism in the U.S., right, while promoting techno-liberalism, but he's actually abroad posing as a secular and a liberal, right? Holy smokes. And they're also talking about Sabbateanism and all this type of interesting stuff, right? I don't know how much of this you want to watch, Neuro, but or if you're there at all, right? But if not, I will play some music.
I mean, I want to go at least like another 20 minutes of this video. I mean, I think he admits.
Sure, I got your back.
I think he admits to way more than what we've seen in the first 13, because like he just starts like, he basically admits to everything that we've been talking about. I mean, it's kind of like in this kind of like crypto, like academic way, but I think you've already caught on like what he's doing. It's like, he says a lot more crazy stuff in my opinion in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's check out 20 more minutes of this video. I'm gonna play some music and get a little bit of food. We'll check out 20 more minutes of this video. Then I will go ahead and read very little of Nietzsche, right, and look at very little of Evola, right, before we move on. But yeah, I'll come back. With this type of show, I mean, I'll be back on, maybe Thursday or something, right? But right now, tomorrow, I don't think we'll be back on, but we'll be back on Tuesday, right? So check out Tuesday night show at 9 p.m. Right? This show will be on the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate, right? So it will not remain up on the Machine Lies channel, right? So you guys can find it on the alternative channel, right? So make sure you guys go and subscribe to the alternative channel, because we don't know how long we'll be at the main channel, right? Because of all the censorship. Okay. And so yeah, if you're interested in the content, right, there's over 300 videos on the main channel, as long as we have it, right? And there's 20 videos or so unique videos available on Cyber Caliphate as well, right? So yeah, so that's that for now, right? But yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit here. Thank you guys. Okay, sorry. See what direction I want to go in with this.
ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयममृतात् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयममृतात् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयममृतात्
Yo, it's sinister, stricken, mad long. War cloud, snake versus crane production. Sit back and sip a premonition of future kings and flying magicians. Mad physician, possessor of occult power, scribe incisions. Personify the greatness, drifting weightless in all forms. I had a storm, legion torn, blood spattered and battle worn. My crown adorned by 3 stars, perfect the resurrection. Organic god of war, soar beyond the light, astral projection. I Caesar's low convulsion, Sidonia face erosion. Body frozen and chosen, I step from the explosion. Infected with the wounds of past generals through the sniper scope. Days consumed in battle smoke, wretched bullets shatter hope. Soaked in blood oaks, heavily doused in hell's fire. Hung the Messiah, sun never sets on the broken British Empire. Everlasting darkness under such treacherous disguises. Desert preacher, conjurer holding ether that paralyzes. Avoid despair, descend into madness, nervous paranoid. Voices trying to avoid this white noise, mind destroyed. Prophecies in poetry ascend towards the absolute. Dancing through the back streets, playing my dusty flute.
2 warring kingdoms must join forces to fight off a dragon attack that threatens to scorch the planet bare. Only one would survive this momentous clash. As rappers, they knew there were gas chambers there, influencing animals' chances of survival in a confrontation between hunter and prey. King Kong, Skull Island, the spectacular Spider-Man, the amazing Spider-Man today. The Axis series, extraordinary armaments of the Axis during World War II, the Vortex Cannon, Army in Space. Remember the sounds of mystery, the perfect killing machine. San Quentin was designed to hold 3,317 inmates. Spectacular castles and a fire-spitting dragon. You were buried under such jasper. A train wreck, a racetrack long shot, or a tunnel disaster. This rhyme was built mainly for the extermination of MCs. You hear my billowing laughter.
Mystic sage, no age, better face of ancient savage king. Swing rotten in chains from the grave, guilty of sin. Whole visions, blade ridden, held in prison, hidden forces. Afflicted with the sickness, torture forts, lighting torches. Camouflage behind stars, survivors left cursed. Thick swarms of flies pouring from my mouth, now fill the hearse. Mind aligned with the skies, blind, stuck and deluded. Broken, drunken wreck, I wept with the wounded. White fox, an orthodox paradox. Unconscious mind stops, obscure, not detected. Swift, gifted, elusive warlock. Fatal how it struck you, best to duck, blow poison darts. Murder by witchcraft from the past, stole the lion's heart. Spearheads embedded in my flesh. I lay the seeds implanted with the mark of the beast. I'm restless death, left with no peace. I'm reckless in a state of steadiness, uncertainty. Serpents in the sky, daily drops of mercury.
Yeah, thank you for joining. To the people that are watching, let's hop up in here again.
Judea and Sumeria. He's not the biggest fan of the Arab population here, and that's putting it mildly, but he's a big supporter of a breakup. If 2 peoples can just live together, try to break it up as cleanly as we can.
Maybe, but the fact is that in a weird way, and this is something I'm critical of Israelis about, that they say that they completely disengaged from Gaza, which they did not, because they still controlled borders and things, and so it was a largely disengaged, but it wasn't complete.
Yeah,
and by virtue of the fact that it wasn't a sovereign nation, you can't say, okay, well, this is war. At a complete level, in which case you respond full force. And so, of course, in my estimation...
well, that's the definition of a casus belli. If you put borders on the sea of another country and you put a blockade, that's a casus belli, like having a submarine in their international waters or their legal surroundings. That's a proper reason to go to war. If you are a country, Gaza was never a country.
So you're making the Gazan point.
I can understand the Gaza point. So I can be empathetic for them.
No, totally.
But on the other hand, the people from my unit were on the Karine A. The Karine A was a large vessel that Arafat brought into Gaza after he made a promise to Bush, I'm not going to do it. And he did. And if you'll read the biography of Sharon that I usually endorse here, you'll read the passage where Bush just yelled at him over the phone and said, "You MFer, why did you do it? You promised me you're not going to do it." And the fact is that on that Karine A vessel, there was a huge amount of ammunition and weapons, and there was just no way we can allow it. And it's a very big problem, because if you're, on the one hand, you can't allow it, but on the other hand, you don't give them an option just to have a proper economy, you're setting you up for.
But to be honest with you, I don't even think that would have worked.
Of course not.
Yeah.
By the way, the history of the PLO is fascinating history, right? The guerrilla fighters moved from Jordan to Lebanon, and Israel systematically invaded. Okay, obviously the king of Jordan was against the PLO, right, to begin with, right? So he wanted them out of his country, right, which led to an entire incident, right, where he almost got assassinated, right? And then they moved into Lebanon, right? US and Israel invaded Lebanon. Right? And this is after Israel was already in war with Egypt and Syria. Right? So did all those places or countries or Arab neighbors attack Israel? Nope. Right. So why was Israel at war with all these people? Okay. So it's weird how these people are framing the issues.
Yeah.
You can see it before before everything that happened 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
Yes.
We now know this from this week. It's a new discovery that the Shin Bet got the green light from Benjamin Netanyahu to go and create what the Arabs call a hudna. Hudna is like a long truce for everybody just to find their bearings. It's not a peace agreement, but for 10 years, you don't fight. And Yahya Sinwar, the leader of the Hamas, used that kind of negotiation just to get enough time, get enough ammunition to go to war. He used that.
You got outplayed.
Yeah, we got played magnificently.
By a genius. It's very hard to admit.
Yeah, at least strategically, or and a lot of
a
people
genius
here
they created
it.
Like what?
I think even though he's dead, he's
basically armed. Like,
of course not. Of course he is.
Of course, okay.
Yeah, of course he is.
Can we pause for 1 second?
Yeah, just a second. And we're back. Yes, so Yahya Sinwar was a genius, and I think a military genius, and I think if he had his way, he would be recognized as such, but because the war did not go as he planned.
Say more?
I don't think the war went as he planned. I think he
I
planned.
didn't know that.
I think he planned that after the first week, Hezbollah is going to join, Iran is going to join, the Houthis are going to join, as everybody predicted. And for some reason that I'm not sure we'll ever know, because some of the people that took the decision, or all of them, are not living anymore, we won't know what led to the decision of Hezbollah and Iran not to declare war or full war or total war on that exact second. And Gaza is destroyed. So many people of the Hamas party and the Gazans are dead or injured, and it's not the best outcome. I'm sure he could gotten a better outcome.
See, I had a different reaction to it, so maybe I'm just being naive, but one of my complaints about how the U.S. sees conflict is that the concept of hybrid war is very suffused throughout our national security complex, but the population is unaware of the term.
Of course not. I just read the book by General Petraeus. He wrote a book about all wars between 48 and the...
No, actually, that was way later, right? I'm talking about, the Suez Canal, war. Suez Crisis. British, French, Israeli invasion of Egypt, 1956. Okay, and then they start a war with Syria, right?
Ukraine war.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that there is going to add an appendix for the Gaza war, because it's a really interesting war, but the American people does not really understand or know, and I'm going to extend that line to all the people of any place in the world, because it's a new way of warfare.
Well, so this is what's... And, that I just had this... you guys invited me for a salon in Tel Aviv, and I was asked more or less the first question about this tweet that I let off on 10/17, where I said suicide by IDF, Munchausen by proxy, and Zugzwang. This was before you guys went into Gaza. And what I was convinced of was that you have a problem with innovation in the region. There was no suicide bombing until the barracks in Lebanon. And, the golden age of airline hijacking wasn't around when people weren't flying jets.
Of course. The barracks in Lebanon.
This was a new innovation.
It's kind of weird for him to mention that and not the Sabra Shatila massacre. How about that?
Innovation, and the new innovation was instead of land for peace, it was lives for video. And
that's ISIS.
No, ISIS took lives on video. Sinwar wanted his own people pulled from the rubble on video because the video is far more important than the kinetic victory.
And if it didn't happen, we can always mock it. Yeah, there's so many occasions where you can see a video and I thought to myself, you lost so much. So many people are dead, kids, women. Why do you need to fake another one?
Well, it's very strange, but the fact is that
the hell is this guy talking about?
On latent anti-Jewish feeling all over the world. So people who don't need things.
Mocking fake videos? Like, what's he getting at?
They have atrocity propaganda. What's more to say? It's crazy. Using it at a staggering rate. Tons of unproven claims. And meanwhile, they're basically killing a bunch of babies. All right, so very interesting optics over there. But yeah, I'm trying to look up who was the guy in the Suez crisis. I keep forgetting his name. Anthony Eden. Yeah, Anthony Eden. Yeah, I think Anthony Eden, something happened where he had a secret meeting with Israel and all this stuff, and it got exposed or whatever. So I think some of it had to do with that as well. Yeah, let me look this up real quick. And then I'll move on to this. But yeah, let me just keep playing this for a second.
To really add up, are very happy to thrust any video in your face and say, look, you're genocidal maniacs. You can't win the argument because they're not interested in having the argument.
Yeah, when John Oliver is using Al Jazeera for 90% of the video footage from the surrounding of Israel and Gaza, it's not random. Somebody is choosing the narrative here, and Qatar is manipulating the entire world here.
Well, it's so strange when the UK is so staunchly pro-Jewish. It was a joke. You didn't laugh.
Enough, because it's complicated. So many people are pro-Jewish. The Prime Minister in UK and in Germany and in so many places.
Well, people who have exposure.
Yeah.
But the prevalence of latent anti-Jewish feeling all over the planet, predominantly from people who live in places where they have very little contact with Jews.
Some of them. You met some of them, some of the most familiar faces. Some of them are even related to people that you know quite well. Like Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he turned up the anti-Jewish comments meter really high, really fast.
Well, but to be entirely honest, I I don't think
fake
people
and
have an
gay.
idea of the rainbow of anti-Jewish sentiment. It's not one thing. It's one of the reasons why
A rainbow.
if you don't talk to people who have deep suspicions about either Jews or Israel or both, and you don't listen to them, you don't understand how many different things are going on.
And like every good conspiracy, it's
There's
not
always a little.
Yes, there is enough because Miriam Edelson is really good friends with Trump. That's not a lie.
Yeah.
That's honest to God truth, and she is. She's not manipulating, but she is influencing Trump.
Sorry, but
there is a strong lobby for Israel and,
this
and
is the very
Jewish
strange thing. Every nation on earth is strategic, but then somebody will put in your head, the Jews are very crafty, and so then Jews will follow all over themselves to say, oh, no, we're completely transparent, which is a lie.
Of course not. It's the duality of Jews for the last 200 years or 2,000 years where you're a rat and a genius at the same time. Germans would say these people are rats, like Nazis, not Germans these days. They can't do anything. They just destroy societies. On the other hand, these are masterful geniuses who control everything and anything.
Well, the funny thing is that if you look at really hardcore anti-Semitism like Stormfront, I can tell that most of my friends don't ever visit these sites because they don't realize that you'll see an argument, for example, that Europeans are far higher in terms of genetics and IQ than everyone else that they dislike. And then they'll say, except the Jews who have a different problem, which is that they're morally bankrupt, even if they have superior intellect. And so if you don't weirdly see that they're seeding an argument that you would yourself might not make, only to take away with one hand what they've just given as a compliment with the other. It's a very big place, and I think that Jews need to take a much larger interest in anti-Jewish feeling and to take it much more seriously.
I read a few years ago about a book called The Day of the Rope. Do you know it?
No.
So the neo-Nazis in the States started pushing it. The Day of the Rope is the day, der Tag, as they say in German, where Jews are going to be hanged from bridges in the States when they find the right time to do it. And that book just became really, really popular on so many sites, and people really worked hard to look the other way. And I feel it's the same these days.
I'll wait for the movie.
Let's not wait for the reincarnation in real life because you live there.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea what's coming. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do. You seem very well informed.
I don't know. You don't either, but you suspect it.
Whoa.
Same as me.
Well, no,
there's so many possible futures.
I can see a little.
What the hell? So he thinks that Helter Skelter is around the corner, folks, and which is pretty interesting.
Some weird shit, man.
Yeah, he's pushing for inclusivity, but he thinks that Helter Skelter is around the corner. We all better watch out. And it's an interesting mix of narratives here, for sure.
Bit into the future, I can't see very far.
Do you feel now frightful when you walk in LA?
Sure.
How come?
You know, it has to do. No, I think that's the wrong question. Whenever I go to synagogue,
come on, bro. Interesting.
Check the exit first. I want to know where. I want to know two ways I can escape if something goes wrong. Jews forget where they are, and they forget all of this stuff because they want to lead simpler lives and
assimilate. Many of them.
Sometimes you get to, but of course, that was the great problem with people who didn't leave Europe early enough, is that they'd been very successful in terms of the assimilation. So I believe that I want to assimilate, and I also want to remember, and that's a very tough trick. I was at a gathering in Los Angeles with Bill Maher, Noah Tishby, Barry Weiss, and there were a lot of Persian Jews at this gathering. And one of them started complaining loudly that his business was going to lose money. And I wasn't planning on saying anything. I got up and I said, your businesses are going to lose money. That's not the extent of your concerns. The biggest problem is that many of you have forgotten what it means to be Jewish. And that's the great danger. And I said, don't raise your hands, but how many of you have a gold bar buried in the backyard in a bag packed in case you have to leave quickly? Very few.
So,
what?
Why is the idea of being a Jew tied to A, having an oppositional culture, and B, assimilating into a culture, right? Instead of being your own person, and then when he goes to Israel, there's Hare Krishnas dancing on the beach, and so he knows he's home. Like what?
How the fuck do you forget when you have dual citizenship? Half of you has to remember. At least. You know?
Few of you.
Maybe you should ask these days about a USB stick with some Bitcoin or Ethereum. But that's just the truth of it. So many people in Israel right now have that exact thought in their heads. Not only because of enemies, but also because of the situation here. But so many people here are talking about going back to their roots and just starting to migrate everywhere and anywhere.
You can try, but it doesn't work. You have to confront the fact that the problem is longstanding and forever. And
same goes for Europe, because you're talking about the big nap everywhere, and I think so many people.
You listen. That's not so good. Okay, all right.
I do listen. I know a lot of stuff that you said over the years, and if you talk, and we have so many employees here from 30 countries, and they don't know about war. People in Denmark and Germany and Switzerland and Belgium, and they have a very big foe on their doorsteps right now.
Here's my attempt to get myself kicked out of the country. In a certain sense, neither do you.
Of course not.
No. But I'm saying that serious military action, as we've seen in
So I just want to point out that this guy has employees in over 30 countries, he says. I mean employees from over 30 countries. He's interviewing Eric Weinstein, and he's got like 964 subscribers, and there's like 12,000 views on the video, I think. But yeah, it's very interesting dynamics for this channel in this video. How many minutes in are we? Because my StreamYard is crashed.
31:08 looks like.
Okay, I'll be right back.
31 minutes basically.
Bad thing happened, God bad, right?
What was that?
Bad thing happened, God bad.
Nah. A little more to it than that.
What you think, Twilight?
Oh, what's that?
Bad thing happened, therefore God bad.
Oh, yeah, of course. They're protecting themselves. Yeah, people have arguments, you know? And then they fight.
Are you gonna wrestle God like Steve Irwin on an alligator?
Nah. I don't got no problems with God.
And they have a very big foe on their doorsteps right now.
Here's my attempt to get myself kicked out of the country. In a certain sense, neither do you.
Of course not.
No. But I'm saying that serious military action, as we've seen in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Gaza, in Lebanon, is not the same as full-on war.
You know, a full-on war these days is a push of a button.
We don't know what it is. None of us do, because none of us have seen it.
Yeah, the kind of war that I'm talking about, only a few people saw it in 2 cities in Japan, and that's it.
Well, that's one point, and then the other is that many of the people who saw it in Stalingrad did not come home to tell us about it.
So, you know, my grandfather was a soldier in Stalingrad.
You're kidding?
No. He was a soldier for the Red Army in Stalingrad, and not
Well,
like a
isn't
lot
that
of
convenient?
people who came back.
Oh yeah, I actually heard that in Israel, Russian is the second most commonly spoken language.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course
The stories that these guys tell in the next 2 minutes is it's
course
actually
it is.
incredible what they're telling.
Yeah. Let me actually look it up.
Because the Russian Revolution was not Russian.
Percentage of Israelis speak Russian, and there's a reason for that. There's a mass immigration from Russia, to Israel, in the Pale of Settlement in Lithuania and Poland and all this type of stuff. So it says 15% of the Israeli population is Russian speaking. Okay, so that's
a good chunk.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of Israel, for sure. So it's a very commonly spoken language in Israel.
Back from there, he threw away all of his medals and the uniform, and you know why? Because he was a soldier in 1945 Berlin as well. And the stuff that the Russian did there to the Germans is horrible, and nobody's talking about it. And maybe Anthony Biver and a few historians, but...
Well, I'm not here,
I'm not going to defend or to...
No. I'm just saying that it's like asbestos. There's certain things where you wouldn't have done it, but once it's settled, you don't necessarily want to stir it up again.
Exactly that. And the only time that I've heard about Stalingrad and Kursk and it was like the Jewish Forrest Gump, because he left Moldova in 1941 to get recruited to an army for a language he didn't even speak.
From where in Moldova?
In Kishinev. In Bindar, near Kishinev. Okay. It's a small country where even Romanian, who are the most unappreciated people in Europe, say, wow, you people really suck. So, yeah, that's just the way it is. And he went to war for 5 years.
Yeah.
And he didn't really speak about it. And
that's just the thing. That because you actually see the same thing in financial markets, where you'll have a bunch of people who are trading, and then you'll have a crash. And the crash actually wipes out the jobs. And so everybody who would have memory of the crash is unemployed. Then it repopulates, and you have a bunch of people who've never seen a disaster. And this is a problem with war, is that you have a lot of men who are in a masculinity crisis, who are very excited about talking about conflict, having no idea what full-on conflict actually
and pushing
is.
For it.
Yeah.
And I can see before the election, I did a comparison between one of your friends, or at least war colleagues, J.D. Vance, and Teddy Roosevelt. And I said, Teddy was a jingoist as well. He spoke about war. He never been to war. And he had the pleasure of running under a president. He was the vice president, but his president got shot. And I said, listen, just see the resemblance between the two. There's a lot. And Teddy Roosevelt is very positively acclaimed, and J.D. Vance got a lot of slack and shit from everywhere on the left side, so people really got...
Yeah, we did an entire other presentation on Eric Weinstein as well. So I'm glad you found this. We did it here on the Alt channel. The last episode of the show with the same title, Content Instruction on Constrained Cuckery Misinformation, is actually about the same dude, Eric Weinstein. And so we looked at tons of videos of Eric Weinstein last time on the show, and he's definitely an interesting dude, polarizing figure.
Upset for me for even comparing the two, but I said the chances of Trump not surviving the next 4 years due to an assassination, like they tried, or just age, or anything.
I'm very worried about this.
And you need to be. And J.D. Vance, only yesterday or 2 days ago, is speaking in Greenland for some reason about the possibility of a third world war, which is imminent. With China, with Russia, maybe with Iran. And I think the vast majority of people don't really understand. And they have an example. They can see in Ukraine what a total war, or even some portion of a total war.
That's not total war.
But it's really close. On the front line, it's really close.
Well, look, I'm not saying...
Even the numbers are very close.
No. Total war in the sense of...
Total destruction?
Well, there's also the question about the psychological nature of different weapons. You know, the people are very particular about whether, you know, disfiguring, like the German innovation of the bouncing Betty, for example, had a huge psychological impact. Certain techniques by the Viet Cong were particularly terrifying. The increased use of drones has, you know, changed everything. The fact that the wars that you see on video on Telegram, and the fact that you're hearing these things described bloodlessly on mainstream media. I'm old enough to remember some of my first memories being the U.S. broadcast of images from Vietnam. And it was crazy what we saw. There's no analog of it when we have a conflict now, because the U.S. learned a lesson, which is that you cannot actually report live from the war front without freaking people out. You'll scar their minds.
Yeah, somebody says, look at the show Decoding the Gurus. They have a good episode about Eric Weinstein. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the recommendation. We'll check that one out. This is a pretty shocking interview. Yeah, they're basically speaking on behalf of the Mossad, it seemed like. And,
yeah.
You know, like very strange interview. You know, on a just a less than 1,000 subscriber channel, you know, where they have an entire studio set up and they have thousands of views and all that. You know, I mean, pretty weird situation.
Extremely. It's glowing to high heavens.
Yeah, this is global glotations. Crazy.
And you got the reports as an American only for the winning side. America lost the war, but won every battle. On the other side, they lost millions. Millions of people.
Ho Chi Minh said, you know, I'm going to win because I'll sacrifice 10 of my men for every one of yours.
Yeah, and we live through this scenario right now in Israel, where we lost hundreds, more than 1,000 people, and I know some of them. All of the people here knows it's a huge tragedy. On the other side of the fence, the Gazan population lost 50,000, and I'm trying to be empathetic. On the other side, I can't be totally empathetic because it's intuitive to be totally empathetic for the fact.
It's not functional. It's not functional, but there is also, and you know, this, most people in the U.S. refuse to listen when Palestinian Arabs make boasts about we love death more than you love life. People don't want to take them at their word. And of course,
you know, I saved a few pictures. I saved a few clips only to remind myself there was a mother.
So he just admitted the Jews love life more than they love death. Crazy stuff. And they still, and so do they follow the Torah? Pretty interesting stuff, right? He just admitted it. Right? You know, pretty shocking admission right there. I mean, I have to say. I'm definitely going to play a couple more minutes of this.
This is wild, bro.
To follow up with what Neuro's saying here.
They literally just said 50,000 and he's trying to have empathy.
Yeah, it's insanity. You know, it's Insanity City. I don't know if Neuro's there, but yeah, we definitely you know, have looked at a good chunk of this. You know, and I'm gonna play a couple more minutes here. But yeah, you were definitely right about this.
And she's yelling at the camera, I lost 4 children.
And I think I'll actually go and watch the last hour and a half of this and see if there's anything that I can bring out for the next show as well. Yeah, I'm gonna move to another video in a second here and play a couple minutes of that before we move to the readings here.
I don't mind losing 3 more. And I'm looking at this picture, I'm saying, this is so fucked up.
Yes.
I can't even wrap my mind.
And I greatly appreciate 50 people were watching a second ago. I mean, there's a lot of people watching. I greatly appreciate you guys. You know, please, if you like, go and sub to my alternative channel. You know, because there's I mean, we don't know how long we'll be at this channel. This video will not be available on this you know, main channel, the Machine Lives. It will only be available on the Cyber Caliphate. Right? So there's tons of original videos there on Cyber Caliphate. There's tons of original, you know, just art, and there's tons of philosophical presentations on the channel there, right? Dealing with history and philosophy and theology, right? And even political theories, right? And of course, we don't just focus on Western philosophy. Right, so we're doing quite a bit of different things, right? So if you guys like, you know, go and you know, sub obviously to the Machine Lives, to the Cyber Caliphate. But if you you know, like the grift sort of content, you like the drama streams, you like all of that type of stuff, you know, then or you like these people that are part of different organizations online, right? Go ahead and unlike and unsubscribe. I mean, and you know,
I
keep
see
it
what
moving.
you did there.
Yeah, keep it moving. I mean, you know, because there's only enough time in the world, right? And there's none to not correspond on many, many important issues and topics and themes. I mean, right? So, so we're just gonna go through that here. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here.
In part, you're correct, and like this is a level of nuance that I don't think. You know, at the first level, you don't even believe that this is possible.
AI.
At the next level, you say, I believe it's possible, but I can't accept it. I think there's a level beyond that in which the person goes back and forth between seeing their children.
Yeah. I mean, shouldn't we all love life more than death? Yes, qualitatively speaking, we all love life more than death, right? Based on experience, right? But if you take the idea of reason and you apply it to the idea of afterlife, right? And then you ask the question whether a Jew, nominally speaking, would believe in afterlife, then you'll get different different answers to that question, whether you're speaking about an ancient Jew or a modern Jew. And that's simply the you know, weird situation that I was referring to, right?
Bombed as martyrs, and therefore that being a blessed thing, and then saying, "Oh my God, my babies," and the idea that people don't have consistent reactions to that. You know, the pride that we take when we have a member of our family who dies in conflict heroically is an echo of that. But this is just at such a much more extreme level. The point that I was going to make, though, is we can cheaply say that there is a death cult in Gaza and areas
What
the West
hell?
Bank.
What makes them a death cult?
But the hard thing to
is
realize
it the fact that
is
they're
that
Muslim, or the fact that they're Arabs, or the fact that they're a threat to you, right? Or why should they be a threat to you when you're living in California? It's really weird stuff. I mean, honestly, I mean, but yeah, let's, you know, I'll have to watch some more of that later. I mean, but yeah, I'm sort of, you know, getting you know, to the end of my ability to cover stuff at this point. Because,
24-hour plus.
Yes, sleepiness. I mean, yeah, pretty much a 24-hour.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
No, but I appreciate it because I think it seems like a nice like slow burn. Like there's not much going on, but I think you can see there's like a lot below the surface of what he's saying. It's like pretty crazy.
Yeah, definitely. And here's another guy we're looking at recently.
Happens to me. You tweeted, "Give them hell, Netanyahu. Enough is enough." Do you wish you'd phrased that tweet differently? Do you have any regrets about it?
Well, absolute rejection of the idea of being a victim. Twitter is a very complicated social media platform. It's been difficult for me to learn how to use it wisely. If I was in Israel...
Did you guys see what he was wearing? Half red, half blue. He looked like the fucking Joker. Totally weird.
I suppose I would likely do much the same as they are doing.
It's quite a sad demise that he's turned from being a very reputable psychologist, now suddenly using psychological terms as political tools to justify Israeli atrocities.
How do you identify the psychopathic pretenders?
He is essentially calling for censorship and for deplatforming people.
Those who choose to...
What the fuck are you smoking, Mike? You really think that... What fucking world do you live in, dude? Muslims love martyrdom? You mean these people that are sitting around eating McDonald's and watching TV all day? What the fuck are you talking about? Welcome to the real world, dude. Nobody's going and martyring themselves. There's over 1 billion Muslims in the world. If their first wish on their mind was martyrdom, you'd have a lot more problems on your hand, my friend. Right? Get fucking real here. I mean, wake up, dude. Like, what the fuck are you smoking there? And right? You can write things to shock people, but you have to tell the truth at some point. I mean, come on, dude.
Regulate end up being precisely those who you would not want to regulate. You've let your curiosity guide you. How do you draw the line? It's the people at the bottom of the hierarchy whose right to expression needs to be protected. How should anyone decide what guardrails to put up? Like, what do you look for?
He knows exactly what he wants to say, but he's trying to find the words to say it in a way which isn't inflammatory, because it is actually inflammatory.
He is essentially an apologist for a Judeo-Christian supremacy.
The idea that our culture is Christian.
But that's why you have to clarify your statement, because in your statement you said Muslims. You didn't clarify. You didn't say some of them or all of. You know what I mean, right? So maybe be more precise with your fucking statements, dude. Right? Because it's extremely like stupefying and arrogant, right? When you actually charge people with supporting martyrdom when other people are killing babies. Maybe you ought to be concerned with that, right? Crazy. Spinning all sorts of weird narratives, and right, over 1 billion Muslims on Earth. If they're all ready to strap bombs to their chest and kill Westerners and kill Jews, you'd have a lot bigger problems on your hands, buddy. Right? Wake up and smell the roses. Right? You're living in a fantasy world, right, where you are promoting hatred against one group and holding other people to different standards. Clearly, right? All the time.
It's just not true.
This Judeo-Christian framework means that you...
By the way, I don't see Mike really going hard on the Jays as much as he does the Muslims. It's kind of weird. Very weird. Right? Wonder if he gets paid for that. Right?
See a lack of value in people who are outside of that. That enables you to justify their killing and slaughtering for the sake of that Judeo-Christian framework.
In a shocking twist of fate, right-wing influencers are asking Joe Rogan to make his podcast a safe space. Let's take a look at Jordan Peterson in a recent clip.
Conversation up, but it poked up and made itself manifest in that conversation. And the issue is, how do you identify the psychopathic pretenders? And it's even worse now, and then make a barrier, right? Now, the right was calling for the left to do that for decades. Right. And they didn't, and they couldn't. And the left is not good at drawing barriers, partly temperamentally. The right is somewhat better, but there's no shortage of monstrosity there. And so then the question is, how do you draw the line? And that's kind of what I was, because I've been watching these right-wing, they're not right-wing, these psychopathic types manipulate the edge of the conservative movement for their own gain. Right. And a lot of that's cloaked in anti-Semitic guise. There's plenty of anti-Semitism on the left too, by the way. So it's not unique to the right.
Well, but particularly now.
Yes, particularly now. Right. And so, you've let your curiosity guide you, your curiosity and your desire for knowledge, this quest, you've you've let that guide you as a podcaster. And by the way, I'm trying to work through exactly the same sort of thing. How do you know, given your radical increase in stature over the last 10 years, how do you know when your curiosity and even your skepticism about the fact that things aren't the way that people say they are, because that's certainly been demonstrated in the last 10 years, how should anyone decide what guardrails to put up? Like, what do you look for?
Yeah, I agree. This guy's a lot less interesting, but yeah, he's nonetheless on the same wavelength in terms of the intellectual dark web type of stuff that is now folding and exposing itself as mainstream media or whatever. I mean, but yeah, this is an interesting series of reflections here in this video. Uncovered how Israel revealed the true Jordan Peterson. I'm just gonna play like 5 more minutes of this. I have no idea where this video is going, but yeah. And yeah, welcome, Mike. Blessings.
Hey, how's it going?
Do you have a conceptual system worked out for that? Like,
so Daily Wire host Jordan Peterson. Daily Wire is obviously owned by.
What the hell? It's brown dudes. What the fuck? Where did they come from? We're really weird.
Ben Shapiro, who is known to be partial to Israel, as far as I understand. He's gone on to this to Joe Rogan after the Douglas Murray and Dave Smith clash. A lot of our audience probably be familiar with this. Can you quickly summarize what happened, that whole affair, in a minute or so?
So Dave Smith is a.
How did these damn sand ninjas get 30K subscribers? This is crazy. Rational religion. This is highly suspect. I wonder what else they cover. Actually, I'm gonna, I'm hesitant to subscribe to them. I need to actually figure out what this is about. Really weird Rubik's Cube with red and blue there. The same color as Jordan Peterson's suit, but from earlier. But yeah, let's check out. Again, they showed up. They got a entire. See, this is a little bit different of a setup, but this still looks kind of like a studio, but it still looks like it's in somebody's house or something like that. Yeah, they're wearing button-up shirts for some reason.
He's on the right. He's libertarian, but he's fiercely critical of Israel, especially with recent slaughter.
They're both also named Nasser. You guys see that?
Gotta be brothers
Nasser
then.
And Tahir Nasser.
Related somehow.
Cost with Douglas
Murray.
Douglas Murray.
Oh, what's this guy doing there? One of these things is not like the other.
That's right. Who's very British and but perhaps puts on a bit of an accent and actually only has a BSc in English literature, funnily enough.
Yeah.
And he was basically talking to him about the Israel issue, and Douglas Murray was completely out of his depth, like beyond.
I can't listen to this. That's it. I thought this video was gonna be like clips of Jordan Peterson. I'm sorry, I didn't know that they were gonna start talking. But yeah, the first part of that video is pretty interesting. His tweets and his commentary. I mean, actually, I wonder if they have more of that in there. With his like little tweets and commentary there. Russia.
Might. I didn't see how long it was.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Anybody has questions, a commentary before I go into launch into reading of Nietzsche and Julius Evola. Feel free to comment or object or clarify to any of these statements that were made.
Okay, Machine, can I clarify my comment?
Oh yeah.
So when I
definitely
say
seem weird.
Or the Muslims, I don't mean all. I think the guy's reference was, I thought it was pretty famous and viral. I guess it might have been an Islamic State fighter, not a Hamas guy, but he said, "We love death more than you love life." I mean, and I'd never even heard of Christopher Hitchens until I was commenting on Muslim sites, and they're like, "Oh, you sound like one of the atheists, 4 atheists or whatever." And I started seeing some of his stuff, and he talks about death cults, not just Islam, but like a brotherhood within Christianity that has some saying about, we don't want heaven to be too crammed, only the holy get to go there or something. So that was my point when I'm saying some people will say Islam is a death cult. And I mean, you probably know the hadith where two men who turn out to be angels come to Muhammad and they have him climb a tree and they show him the 7 layers of heaven. And the highest, the best house in Jannah is for the prophets. Now, of course, you don't get to choose to be a prophet, but the second best house in the highest level of heaven is for the martyrs. There's also a hadith where Muhammad's wives is picking lice out of his hair while he's sleeping, and he wakes up from his sleep smiling, and she says, "Why are you smiling?" He said, "I had a dream. So-and-so was martyred." He falls back asleep, comes up, "So-and-so was martyred."
Yeah, I got a statement for you. Right here by Orthodox Rabbi Yosef. He says, Goyim, non-Jews, were born only to serve us. Without that, they have no place in the world, only to serve the people of Israel. They will work, they will plow, they will reap. We will sit like an effendi and eat.
Yeah. Judaism's a terrible religion. I denounce Judaism 100.
Do you think it's a supremacy cult?
Olam Haba.
Absolutely.
Olam Haba, at the end, they have 2,800 slaves.
Sure.
Now, granted, this is only the extremists, but
sure.
it says
here's a hadith for
right
you.
there in
Here's
the
a
Talmud.
hadith for you. Here's a hadith for you. The Prophet Muhammad said, no non-Arab is superior to Arab, and neither is an Arab superior to a non-Arab. Didn't he say that?
That's right.
Yeah, that's not a hadith. That's the farewell sermon. He said that.
What would be the difference between that and a hadith?
Well, hadith
are sayings of the Prophet, right? They're traditions, right?
Yes, but it has to be categorized as a hadith. Like there's a story, for instance, there's a story where Muhammad would walk by, this old pagan woman's house, and she would throw garbage at him or in front of him every day. And this is in Mecca before he migrated to Medina and before his uncle died. So anyways, one day he's walking by and she doesn't throw any garbage at him. And so he goes and knocks on the door and he says, "What's going on? This woman throws garbage at me every day. She didn't do it." And the daughter says, "Oh, she's become ill."
What type what religion was that lady? Do you know?
She was a pagan, I believe.
No, in the story she was Jewish, but all right.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Old Jewish woman throwing
garbage. So what did
at
Muhammad do according to the story? Let's tell the people.
Sure. He prayed for her.
That's right.
She became healed, and then she converted.
That's right. She did.
Right. But that's not a hadith. It's just a story.
Sure. It's a story that was spread by Muslims, right?
Well, it could be spread by anybody. Maybe.
Sure. It's spread by anybody now.
Well, I spread it, and I'm not a Muslim. I like to.
It's funny. It's funny that when you disagree with the hadiths, they're definitely made by Muslims. But this random story, it wasn't promoted by Muslims. Anybody could have said it.
Well, no, it was.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of trippy. It's a trippy thing. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
I didn't mean that was a negative thing that Muslims don't support it.
Yeah, but it just seemed like.
What are your thoughts on the new Mahdi Muhammad?
Oh yeah, we did a little presentation on that. I played that on the show. Fraudulent.
Have you seen how far that actually goes? Like, he legitimately has a cult.
Yeah, but
like he does like blood rituals.
He had a YouTube channel before that. So
that guy. Okay.
He used to actually expose cults.
Yeah, he used to have a podcast or whatever on YouTube. So he was a YouTuber, and then he became the Mahdi. So that's hilarious.
Bro, I looked deeper into him.
Allegedly Mahdi.
Quite a history. He has quite a history.
Yeah, he's like the new Schneerson. I don't know.
Somebody, yeah, somebody definitely funded him, man, because he
like
came out of nowhere.
Half Egyptian in London.
Yeah.
Where's he was born? Maybe a net hat.
He was born in Egypt, and he created this strange concoction of a religion.
Right. Well.
He claims
the Mahdi is prophesized in Islam, the Redeemer of Islam.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, whether or not MGA, what was it? Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, the Ahmadis, whether or not he was the return of Jesus or the Mahdi.
He claims to be the successor of everybody.
Right.
You know, he's the successor of Jesus. He's the successor of Muhammad. He's the true pope. You know,
Right.
he's everything for everyone.
Oh, he's just claiming all of it. Winner take all.
Right. Yeah. So he's basically
that's syncretism right there. So it's interesting.
But that's
Yeah.
that's the mythology within Islam. A Mahdi will come to earth. He'll be the redeemer of Islam.
Yeah.
And he'll fight the Dajjal.
Yeah, but according to the story,
Antichrist.
that's after Jesus returns.
Well, Jesus comes and fights alongside him.
Exactly. So it would have to be after that.
Right, but Jesus could come tomorrow.
Yeah, but that still doesn't make chronological sense in terms of the stories. I mean, right? Because one event would have to happen before the other. Because Jesus
Well, if
literally
this guy was the Mahdi, it wouldn't make any.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense.
Chronological sense.
Yeah, so he's got it's
But
chronologically
obviously
out of
he's
order.
just some fake psyop.
No, but what
the
I'm
way they
saying,
use
what
it
I'm
is that
saying
they
though
use,
is this
they
guy
use Shia.
legitimately has a cult. Like he was having people do like blood sacrifice for him. Like
Yeah, most
he
likely,
was
yeah.
saying, like
Right.
if you leave, like we have ways of kicking you out to
Well, they
where
were
no one can
kissing like
find you.
pictures.
And
Like they were
like,
kissing like pictures of the dude. So it was like some
yeah,
like a type of Hindu
like
type
there
of
people
cult.
were like selling all of their stuff and like basically going off with this guy, like selling all of their stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like,
So this is dangerous. This is dangerous,
that.
man. What I'm
It's
saying is
definitely
this is
getting into-
dangerous.
Yeah, it's definitely
Like
getting
I was
into-
laughing. I was laughing at this guy at first, but I started looking deeper into it. I'm like, this
Because
shit is actually dangerous.
Because the Shias have like Hindu style like gurus, all right? Where like like, and the Sufis will have this too to a certain extent, where they have like basically like priests that'll like enchant like amulets and shit. You know what I mean? Like with like prayers and stuff, like all over India and Pakistan, for example. All right. So there's a lots of superstitious traditions that were actually Hindu traditions that they actually transformed into Muslim rituals. Right. There's tons of that all around India and Africa. I mean, so people think that Islam is like one monolithic practice, and
Right.
it's clearly not. I mean, it's clearly just not.
Yeah, this guy violates basic fundamentals of Islam. So he's not. He has his own concoction that he's created.
Yeah, he's
Right.
going.
Well,
Yeah,
do you guys
he's
know
free balling.
in 1979, there was a guy who claimed to be the Mahdi, and he took over the Grand Mosque and held like thousands of people hostage. I think about 500 people got killed or something. You guys ever just Google the Grand Mosque seizure, 1979? I mean, there's nothing new for people to claim to be, the Messiah or the Redeemer or whatever. So yeah, it is very dangerous, and people can die. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's like Jim Jones. I mean,
Yeah, that's basically what we're dealing with. It's just
Applegate
what's really disturbing though is this guy is claiming to be everything for everyone. He's like a world teacher.
well, sure. I mean, Islam claims to be the one religion for everyone. So the Redeemer of Islam would be, or like the Messiah, whether it's Judas within Judaism or Christianity, is the Messiah for all people. They come to save all souls. Who is this guy? Goldstein?
He's an American citizen.
Of course.
Yeah. He's half
Probably
American.
dual citizen.
Yeah.
He went to the Al-Aqsa Mosque and started just murdering people.
I guess he remembered.
Yeah, well, this is why secularism is so important. We need to get religion out of governance.
Well, what about what about Stalin? He was a secularist.
He was. Well, secularism can go bad too. There's no guarantee.
So then it's not the solution.
Yeah.
But I think it eliminates one issue of religious fanaticism. Out of governance is a good idea.
Well, I think theocracy is a bad idea, but really, I mean, it doesn't seem to matter because communism was completely atheist. I mean, the
Right.
opiate of the masses, and that was the worst in history.
Well, I
You know,
think Marx said religion was the opiate of the masses. But
right?
anyways, sure, you can get the cult of personality.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was just watching a thing. I guess they're trying to rehabilitate Stalin in Russia. They just built a big statue to him in one of the subways, and the reporter, I think it was a BBC guy, he's asking people, what do you think about Stalin? And they're like, well, he did some bad stuff, but everybody kind of does that, and blah blah blah.
Just some bad stuff. Okay.
Yeah, they're just like,
That's terrifying.
Killed 30 million people, but
Right, yeah, no big
let's not hold that
deal.
against them. Look at he built a
Collateral
railroad.
damage,
Right.
Stuff happens.
Yeah, you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Right, yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
Yeah, so let's check this out. Nietzsche's gonna smash this shit. You know what I mean? It's like every single time Nietzsche's just gonna smash this shit.
I love Nietzsche.
So it is what it is. Yeah, so let's check what it is. And he's not on the side of the religious people or the secularists, mind you. Right. So he'll break through all of that. And neither am I. I try to keep a level head, honestly. I mean, I understand that most Muslims are modernists. I understand that most religions have gone through historical changes and epochs and all that type of stuff. And so I understand that obviously there's no going back, but also that the majority of the world's population is still religious, right? So it's interesting time that we're living in. But the fact is that most Muslims or Christians would find themselves more in common with a modern secularist than they would a 700 BC Muslim or Christian. I'm sorry, AD. Than a 700 AD, Muslim or Christian. Right? They would definitely find themselves more in line with the secular communist from any other country, pretty much. At this point in time. So what does that tell you, right? So the time for having these, we have to contextualize the religious disputes, and we have to contextualize liberalism, and we have to contextualize techno-liberalism, which is its offspring, right? Sort of. The slave gives birth to its master, right? And yeah, let's check this out. 29, he says, it is the business of the very few to be independent. It is the privilege of the strong. And whoever attempts it, even with the best right, but without being obliged to do so, proves that he is probably not only strong, but also daring beyond measure. He enters into a labyrinth. He multiplies 1,000-fold the dangers which life in itself already brings with it. Not the least of which is that no one can see how and where he loses his way, becomes isolated, and is torn piecemeal, it says, by some minotaur of conscience. Supposing such a one comes to grief, it is so far from comprehension of men that they neither feel it nor sympathize with it. And he cannot any longer go back. He cannot go back to the sympathy of men. Our deepest insights must and should appear as follies, and under certain circumstances as crimes, when they come unauthorized to the ears of those who are not disposed and predestined for them, the exoteric and the esoteric, he says, as they were formerly distinguished by philosophers among the Indians, as among the Greeks, Persians, and Mussulmans. In short, wherever people believed in gradations of rank and not in equality and equal rights. So, sorry, Weinstein. Sorry, Weinstein. You should hold rank and be more like a Muslim.
Right.
Pretty weird. Yeah, stop being a liberal. Stop believing in inclusivity. It's not all about Hare Krishnas on the beach, man.
It's really not. It's really not. See, I personally believe that faith is a beautiful thing on a personal, individual level, and I completely support it 110%. And that's what I really think it should be. I also am not naive enough to think that that's ever actually going to happen. You know, that's how I think it should be, but I know that that's not actually going to happen. I also think that, you know, we should stick close to nature, which I also know probably isn't going to happen. Ideally, it should, but you know, we're as you know, we're marching towards the machine. So you know that's just what it is. But you know, I don't care what anybody, you know, faith is. You know, I feel like if it helps you through the day, you know, and that's a beautiful thing. It's when it becomes something more than that it's an issue. As for secularism, I mean that can be good too, but again, like when it becomes something that is pushed or there's some kind of anti, you know, as soon as it becomes it must be this and not that. That's when it's a problem. Whether it's atheist or whether it's religious, you know, that's when the issue really arises. Is when there's some kind of oppositional force instead of everyone just, you know, being left alone to do what they will. You know, like that really like that's really the long and short of it. Like it, you know, I just believe in individual, you know, personal responsibility and freedom like that. I mean, it's really simple for me. Like you know, I just other people just be left alone.
Yeah, give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Yeah, so he says then, oh, whoops. Yeah, he says then, in short, wherever people believe in gradations of rank and not in equality and equal rights are not so much in contradictions to one another in respect to the exoteric class, standing without and viewing, estimating, measuring, and judging from the outside, and not from the inside. The more essential distinction is that the class in question views things from below upwards, while the esoteric class views things from above downwards. And then he goes on to say, these are the heights. Okay, these are the heights of the soul, from which tragedy itself no longer appears to operate tragically. And if all the woe in the world were taken together, who would dare to decide whether the sight of it would necessarily seduce and constrain to sympathy and thus to a doubling of the woe? That which serves the higher class of men for nourishment or refreshment must be almost poison to the entirely different and lower order of human beings. The virtues of the common man would perhaps mean vice and weakness in a philosopher. It might be possible for the highly developed man, supposing him to degenerate and go to ruin, to acquire qualities thereby alone, for the sake of which he would have to be honored as a saint in the lower world into which he had sunk. There are books which have an inverse value for the soul and the health according as the inferior soul and the lower vitality, or dangerous, disturbing, unsettling books in the latter case. There are herald calls which summon the bravest to their bravery. Books for the general reader are always ill-smelling books. The odor of paltry people clings to them. Where the populace eat and drink, and even where they reverence, it is accustomed to sink. One should not go into churches if one wishes to breathe pure air. So,
sad trombone.
So yeah, he's not for equality at all, right? And then he goes on to say, in our youthful years, we still venerate and despise without the art of nuance which is the best gain of life. We have rightly to do hard penance for having fallen upon men and things with yea and nay. Everything is so arranged that the worst of all tastes, the taste for the unconditional, is cruelly befooled and abused until a man learns to introduce a little art into his sentiments and prefers to try conclusions with the artificial, as do the real artists of life. The angry and reverent spirit peculiar to youth appears to allow itself no peace until it has suitably falsified men and things to be able to vent its passion upon them. Youth in itself even is something falsifying and deceptive. Later on, when the young soul, tortured by continual disillusions, finally turns suspiciously against itself, still ardent and savage even in its suspicion and remorse of conscience, how it upbraids itself, how impatiently it tears itself, how it revenges itself for its long self-blinding, as though it had been a voluntary blindness. In this transition, one punishes oneself by distrust of one's sentiments. One tortures one's enthusiasm with doubt. One feels even the good conscience to be in danger, as if it were the self-concealment and lassitude of a more refined uprightness. And above all, one espouses upon principle the cause against youth. A decade later, one comprehends that all this was also still youth. Throughout the longest period of human history, one calls it prehistoric period, the value or non-value of an action was inferred from its consequences. The action in itself was not taken into consideration any more than its origin, but pretty much as in China at present, where the distinction or disgrace of a child rebounds to its parents, the retro-operating power of success or failure was what induced men to think well or ill of an action. Let us call this period the pre-moral period of mankind. The imperative, know thyself, was then still unknown. In the last 1,000 years, on the other hand, on certain large portions of the earth, one has gradually got so far that one no longer lets consequences of an action but its origin decide with regard to its worth. A great achievement as a whole, an important refinement of vision and of criterion, the unconscious effect of the supremacy of aristocratic values and of the belief in origin, the mark of a period which may be designated in the narrower sense as the moral one, Right, the first attempt at self-knowledge is thereby made. Instead of the consequences, the origin. What an inversion of perspective. And assuredly,
the origin,
yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, oh yeah, here I am. And assuredly, an inversion effected only after a long struggle and wavering. To be sure, an ominous new superstition, a peculiar narrowness of interpretation attained supremacy precisely thereby. The origin of an action was interpreted in the most definite sense possible as origin out of an intention. People were agreed in the belief that the value of an action lay in the value of its intention. The intention as the sole origin and antecedent history of an action. Under the influence of this prejudice, moral praise and blame have been bestowed, and men have judged and even philosophized almost up to the present day. Is it not possible, however, that the necessity may now have arisen of again making up our minds with regard to the reversing and fundamental shifting of values owing to the new self-consciousness and acuteness in man? Is it not possible that we may be standing on the threshold of a period which, to begin with, would be distinguished negatively as ultra-moral? Nowadays, when, at least among us immoralists, the suspicion arises that the decisive value of an action lies precisely in that which is not intentional, and that all its intentionless all that is seen, sensible, or sensed in it belongs to its surface or skin, which, like every skin, betrays something but conceals still more. In short, we believe that the intention is only a sign or a symptom. The intention is only a sign or a symptom, which first requires an explanation. A sign, moreover, has too many interpretations and consequently hardly any meaning in itself alone. But morality, in the sense in which it has understood hitherto an intention morality, has been a prejudice, perhaps a prematureness or preliminariness, probably something of the same rank as astrology and alchemy, and in any case, something which must be surmounted. The surmounting of morality. In a certain sense, even the self-mounting of morality, let that be the name for the long secret labor which has been reserved for the most refined, the most upright, and also the most wicked consciences of today, as the living touchstone of the soul. Okay, that's all I'll read for that. I'll move on to Evola. And please hit the link if you want to have a conversation about any of this material.
Evolutionary Marxism, now deprived, is indeed absurd.
Yeah, but this is insane what Evola is saying. I'm actually going to go like, 5 minutes back because the last 5 minutes was just incredible, breathtaking stuff. I mean, we go like 7 minutes back and just play that. I mean, because good Lord, I mean, he's on fire.
Only to the lowest and dullest levels of society can one preach the formula for all human happiness and wholeness as the well-named animal ideal, a well-being that is little better than bovine. Hegel rightly wrote that the epochs of material well-being are blank pages in the history book, and Toynbee has shown that the challenge to mankind of environmentally and spiritually harsh and problematic conditions is often the incentive that awakens the creative energies of civilization. In some cases, it is not paradoxical to say that the man of goodwill should try to make life difficult for his neighbor. It is a commonplace that all the higher virtues attenuate and atrophy under easy conditions, when man is not forced to prove himself in some way. And in the final analysis, it does not matter in such situations if a good number fall away and are lost through natural selection. Andre Breton was right when he wrote that we must prevent the artificial precariousness of social conditions from concealing the real precariousness of the human condition. But to avoid straying too far from my argument, the point is that the most acute forms of the modern existential crisis are appearing today at the margin of a civilization of prosperity, as witness the currents in the new generation that have been described. One sees their rebellion, disgust, and anger manifesting not in a wretched and oppressed subproletariat, but often in young people who lack nothing, even in millionaires' children. And among other things, it is a significant fact, statistically proven, that suicide is much rarer in poor countries than in rich ones, showing that the problematic life is felt more in the latter than in the former. Blank despair can occur right up to the finishing post of socioeconomic messianism, as in the musical comedy about a utopian island where they have everything: fun, women, and whiskey, but also the ever-recurrent sense of the emptiness of existence, the sense that something is still missing. There exists, therefore, no correlation, except possibly a negative one, between the meaning of life and conditions of economic well-being. There is a famous example, not recent, but from the traditional world, of the Buddha Shakyamuni. He who on a metaphysical plane radically denounced the emptiness of existence and the deceptions of the God of life, pointing out the way of spiritual awakening, was not a victim of oppression and hunger, not a representative of social strata like the plebeians of the Roman Empire, to whom the revolutionary sermons of Christianity were first addressed. No, he was of the race of princes, in all the splendor of his power and all the fullness of his youth. The true significance of the socio-economic myth, in any of its forms, is as a means of internal anesthetization or prophylaxis, aimed at evading the problem of an existence robbed of any meaning and at consolidating in every way the fundamental insignificance of modern man's life. We may therefore speak either of an opiate that is much more real than that which, according to the Marxists, was fed to a humanity as yet unillumined and unevolved, mystified by religious beliefs, or from another point of view of the organized method of an active nihilism. The prospects in a goodly part of today's world are more or less those that Zarathustra attributed to the last man. The time is near of the most despicable of men, who can no longer despise himself, the last man of the tenacious and pullulating race. We have invented happiness, say the last men with a wink, having abandoned the lands where life is hard. In this context, there is another more recent phenomenon that is heavy with significance, that of the so-called global protest movement. It took its rise in part from the order of ideas already mentioned. In the wake of theories such as Marcuse's, it came to the conclusion that there is a basic similarity in terms of technological consumer society between the system of advanced communist countries and that of the capitalist world, because in the former, the original impulse of the proletarian revolution is much diminished. This impulse has now been realized inasmuch as the working class has entered the consumer system, being assured of a lifestyle that is no longer proletarian but bourgeois, the very thing whose absence was the incentive for revolution. But alongside this convergence, there has become visible the conditioning power of one and the same system, manifesting as the tendency to destroy all the higher values of life and personality.
Oopsies. Right? This is what we've been talking about on the show for a long time. Capitalism and communism converging into one techno-liberal system.
The high-tech, low-life.
Yeah. Looks like Marcuse and his one-dimensional man, Evola, Nietzsche, tons of authors, thinkers, Rene Guénon, who is the teacher of Evola. It's pretty interesting stuff. They all talked about these issues.
At the level
that obviously also Alul is also mentioning.
Level more or less corresponding to the last man foreseen by Nietzsche, the individual in contemporary consumer society reckons that it would be too expensive, indeed absurd, to do without the comfort and well-being that this evolved society offers him, merely for the sake of an abstract freedom. Thus he accepts with a good grace all the leveling conditionings of the system. This realization has caused a bypassing of revolutionary Marxism, now deprived of its original motive force, in favor of a global protest against the system. This movement, however, also lacks any higher principle. It is irrational, anarchic, and instinctive in character. For want of anything else, it calls on the abject minorities of outsiders, on the excluded and rejected, sometimes even on the third world, in which case Marxist fantasies reappear, and on the blacks as being the only revolutionary potential. But it stands under the sign of nothingness. It is a hysterical revolution of the void and the underground, of maddened wasps trapped in a glass jar, who throw themselves frenetically against the walls. In all of this, it confirms in another way the general nihilistic character of the epoch, and indeed on a much larger scale, for the current protest is no longer that of the individuals and small groups mentioned earlier, whose intellectual level was indubitably higher. Another point should be mentioned, at least cursorily, in the current climate of dissolution. The collapse of superstructures, of all that can henceforth only be regarded as superstructures, did not manifest only in the sociological form of denouncing the lies and hypocrisy of bourgeois life, as in Max Nordau, or as in the words of Rellington Gregors in Ibsen, "Why do you use that odd word, ideals? We have our own perfectly good word, lies," or in moral and philosophical nihilism. It is prolonged and completed today by means of a science that, though false and contaminating if applied to men of other times and other civilizations, has the power of persuasion when applied to traumatized modern man. This science is none other than psychoanalysis, the impassioned effort of that philosopher who sought out the secret origin, the genealogy of predominant moral values at the very roots of all those vital impulses that morality avoids or condemns, who sought thus to naturalize morality by denying it any autonomous or preeminent dignity. This impassioned effort has given place to the cold, cynical, and scientific methods of depth psychology, of the exploration of the subconscious and the unconscious. In the latter, the irrational subsoil of existence, it has recognized the motive force essential to the whole life of the soul. From that it deduces the proofs that make an illusion of the upper world of moral and social conscience with all its values, all its inhibitions and prohibitions, and its hysterical will to dominate. Meanwhile, in the subterranean zone, nothing is at work but a mess of compulsions toward pleasure and death, Lustprinzip and Todestrieb. This, as everyone knows, is the essence of Freudianism. Other psychoanalytic currents that diverge in part from Freud are not substantially different. The evident theme in all of them is the regression to the psychic subsoil, together with a profound traumatization of the human personality. It is one further aspect of contemporary nihilism, and moreover the symptom of a sickly consciousness, too weak to hold in check the lower regions of the soul with their so-called archetypes, and which might well be compared to Goethe's World of the Mothers. It is hardly worth pointing out how these destructions converge with the atmosphere of another typical genre of contemporary literature, in which the sense of the spectrality of existence is associated with that of an obscure, incomprehensible destiny, a fatality, and an absurd condemnation hanging over man's eternal solitude, taken to be the actual human condition. It is like the sense of an incomprehensible foundation of human life that fades into impenetrable and anguish-filled darkness. This theme, shown in its typical form by Kafka, is not foreign to speculative existentialism, to which I shall return in due course. What I wish to underline at this point is that we are not dealing with a truth discovered by someone who has been able to feel more and see more deeply. It is merely what is perceived in the very atmosphere of European nihilism, and of a humanity that has taken shape after the death of God. Chapter 6. Active Nihilism. Nietzsche. We can now return to the problem that really interests us. In all the critical situations treated up to now, their predominant trait is that of being the objects, indeed the victims, of the destructive processes set in motion. Processes which are simply suffered by current humanity. This holds good both for those who have adapted to a life based on nothing and lacking any true direction, helping themselves with a system of anesthetics and surrogates, and eventually resorting to the surviving forms of a secure bourgeois existence, and for those who feel the existential crisis of modern man in all of their being, and are consequently driven toward the kinds of revolt or risky existence that were mentioned above. This applies, therefore, to the vast majority of our contemporaries. In contrast, there is a different and much smaller category of modern men who, instead of submitting to the nihilist processes, seek to accept them actively. In particular, there are those who not only admit that the processes of dissolution are irreversible and that there is no going back, but who would not want to follow that path even if it existed. They willingly accept their condition of being without support or roots. Then the problem arises of how far the negative can be transformed into something positive. To someone who has the necessary character to assume such an attitude, the possibility opens of a new interpretation of the adventure of mankind wanting to be free, and of the crisis that is the consequence of this adventure. Thus arises the idea of a trial, and of destructions that are simply the consequence of not being equal to it, or as one might say, not being equal to one's own action. Those who are interested may recall the ancient myths concerning an audacious sacrilege, in which it is not the sacrilege in itself that brings about the ruin of some symbolic personage, but lack of the necessary dignity or strength to accomplish an act that frees one from the divine bonds. The special human type who concerns us here, and who partially fits the category in question, may adopt the same point of view. As we recall, his differentiated character consists in facing the problems of modern man without being a modern man himself. He belongs to a different world, and preserves within himself a different existential dimension. Unlike the others, his problem is not the dramatic search for a basis, in principle he already possesses one, but that of his own expression and confirmation in the modern epoch, in his life here and now. With this human type in mind, let us examine the theme of positive nihilism, or, if one prefers, the transition to the post-nihilist stage. Since it is better to do so from a standpoint inside the modern world, rather than outside it, we can take as a provisional basis some of Nietzsche's fundamental ideas to test their solidity. We may find, in fact, that the more recent exponents of modern thought have gone little further than Nietzsche in their search for a new meaning of life, despite all that is inconsistent and negative in his philosophy. Nietzsche considered himself the first perfect nihilist in Europe because he has already overcome nihilism, having lived it in his soul, having it behind himself, beneath himself, outside himself, having seen that nihilism is the final logical conclusion of our great values and ideals, and having asserted that we must pass through this nihilism in order to grasp the true nature of the values of the past. He nevertheless considered nihilism as a pathological transitional stage and proclaimed the counter-movement that was destined to supplant it, without giving up the ground already won. Nietzsche showed that the point at which one realizes that God is dead, that the whole world of spirit, of good and evil, is only an illusion, and that the only true world is that which was negated or rejected in the name of the former, is the crux of a decisive test. The weak shatter, the strong destroy what does not shatter them, while those stronger still go beyond the values that once served them. Nietzsche calls this the tragic phase of nihilism, which leads to a reversal of perspectives. Nihilism at this point appears as a sign of strength, signifying that the power to create, to will, has developed far enough that one has no further need for this general interpretation of existence, of this introduction of a meaning into it. It is a measure of one's strength of will to know how far one can do without a meaning to things, how far one can bear to live in a meaningless world, for then one will organize part of it. Nietzsche calls this positive pessimism, or the pessimism of strength, and makes it the premise of a higher ethic. If at first man needed a god, now he is thrilled with a universal godless disorder, with a world of chance where the fearful, the ambiguous, and the seductive are part of his very existence. In this world once again made pure and uniquely itself, he stands erect, conqueror of God and of nothingness.
Yeah. Yeah, blessings. We'll start there next time. And I greatly appreciate you guys being here. We'll spark this up next time, maybe Thursday. And we'll figure it out. Obviously, we'll be back Tuesday night at 9 p.m. On the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. I mean, you can't kill what you can't see. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. You know, you can't ghost somebody in a village. You know, why do you have rights? R-I-G-H-T-S. It's because they took away your rights. R-I-T-E-S. Anyways. I don't know if Lilith is there. I don't know if, yeah, obviously Reddington's here. Yeah, Lilith, blessings.
Oh, blessings. I'm here, homie.
Yeah, what's popping? About to shut this down. For real. I've been up for 2 days.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too, bro.
Yeah, we did a crazy stream yesterday. Wild stuff on the main channel, Machine Lies. We did another stream earlier. If you guys missed it, you missed it. With Father Sweetus. We're going to bring that back tomorrow when we get the appropriate names and titles on there. I'll send him a copy of that. And yeah, then Tuesday night we'll be back. Blessings. Oh yeah, of course, we'll be up here for like a minute more. If you guys want to click the link, come through. It's all up to you guys. But yeah, I've been up for like, for real.
Yeah, I've had such a stable sleep schedule, but for some reason, these last 2 days, the energy has not let me sleep. I don't know why.
The energy, eh?
I don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some hype craziness going on.
I mean, I know there's a lot of crazy shit going on in the world, but that usually doesn't affect me. but it is now. I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's pretty crazy to play drum and bass with Evola.
That's pretty lit.
Yeah, it's pretty lit for real.
Yeah, what's good?
Oh, what's
It's
good,
also
Charles?
pretty lit.
Yeah,
The
what's
outfit.
good, Twilight?
Bless
How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good. What's up, Machine? What's up? Wolf?
Yeah, what's
No,
going on?
the music is too loud though. Like I can't hear you guys.
I'll turn it off for real. Yeah, it is what. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
about to turn it off.
it's loud as fuck.
Yeah, no worries.
My ass is usually sleeping right now, but
Aw.
I've not been able to fucking sleep for
Yeah,
nothing.
no, this was random because like I'm busy with the kids and stuff, but I was like, I went up to my room and then I came on my laptop and I saw that Machine was live and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna come and say what's up. That's my homie, so. And Twilight is here too. I just got introduced to Twilight and it was great.
Oh yeah, that other time you came on, that was a lot of fun. I mean, for real, we had a lot of fun
Yeah.
that day.
A lot of fun.
Yeah,
So what
they
were you
got the
guys talking
stream.
about today?
Oh, bunch of weird shit, bunch of crazy
Nice.
shit.
As
topics.
always.
As always.
Yeah, yeah, we were reading some Nietzsche, Julius Evola. I mean,
Uh-huh.
recently, but yeah, the Wicked Wally streams. I mean, they got the Wicked Wally streams. I mean, with Eternal.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
come check it out. That's my shit.
Yeah, I subscribed.
Oh, good. That's awesome. I'm supposed
Yeah.
to stream tomorrow, but we're back on Friday. Oh no, sorry. Thursday for me, Friday for you guys. I get mixed up with the Australian American shit. So Thursday, pick that shit out. I will be back. Normally we stream Mondays and Thursdays, but yeah, tomorrow I won't be around, so
Yeah, for sure.
yeah. Oh, thanks for
Yeah,
that,
Wicked Wall.
Machine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely will be out there. I'll be watching that for sure.
Okay.
So,
Well,
yeah,
come
because
say
tomorrow.
hi.
Yeah,
Come say
yeah.
hi.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Because tomorrow I'm not really doing that much shit, so I'll definitely come check it out.
I'm gonna
tomorrow.
start streaming it again as well.
Yeah.
Eventually here. I was a little under the weather. I'm starting to feel a little better. Yeah. So I've just been kind of to myself. But
Yeah.
tonight I started feeling a little better and I couldn't sleep and I was like, well, fuck it. I saw he was live. I'm just like, I'm gonna say what's up.
Yeah.
It's been a little while because I've been really busy lately,
Right.
and yeah, I wanted to say what was up.
What's holographic meat machine? What's that about?
Like
What
from
the
the
fuck is that?
Matrix. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nice.
For real.
That's cool. That's cool. No, but Miss Shane, I'm not streaming tomorrow. It's on Thursday.
Oh, not tomorrow, Thursday? Oh shit. Well, anyways, here's the channel. Oh wait. Oh man, I think I put that wrong.
That's
Actually, I
so
gotta put
sweet. Thank you.
Eternal channel. Eternal and Wicked Wally.
Thank you.
Eternal Wicked Wally channel. I mean, you guys.
Machine's just too sweet, huh? Yeah, no, guys, sorry, we're not streaming tomorrow. We normally do stream on Mondays, but I am not gonna be there. I got things to do with the kids, so I'll be back on Thursday. And then next week we have the birthday stream. So it'll be my birthday next week. And we're gonna
Oh
do
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
We'll do
remember
like
that.
a
I actually did remember.
that's cute.
I remember people's
Yeah.
birthdays.
Oh, that's good.
Well, I mean, if I actually like connect with them at least.
Yeah, of course. No, of course. And I remember yours
So
as well.
what day is it exactly?
So we're gonna be streaming just usual days.
No, I'm
But
saying
I'm on the
you're
19. I'm on the
19.
19.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But we're gonna stream like a day
Okay, cool.
afterwards. Well, it'll be the 19th for you guys, but for me it won't be because of the time difference and shit. But yeah, so but that's cool.
Okay.
I'm just gonna celebrate it twice next week anyway on the stream.
Nothing wrong with that, yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay.
what's good, Lone Wolf? Click the link to it and subscribe if you want. That'd be dope. I don't know if what's up, Zypha? What's up? E-girl tunnel. Yeah, shut up.
Zephyr, what's good?
Well, I say Zephyr. Is it Zephyr or Zephyr?
I like that. Either way, I like that.
I like it.
Yeah, Zephyr sounds like Sapphire for real.
Sapphire, yeah. We all have dope names.
Right?
Mine's the best. Better than all of you.
Well, subjectively speaking, yes.
Ah.
Mine's cool because Lewis gave it to me. So,
Right.
subjectively speaking, you know,
Yeah.
mine's pretty cool. I like yours though too. So,
Yeah.
but mine's the best subjectively
The machine lies. That's
because
too fucking dope.
it means something to me. So,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna do a ritual. I think since I can't
Yeah,
go.
I gotta do one with you.
Right? Yeah, you're free to join for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I actually hit you up about that. I gotta.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I gotta target somebody.
Yeah, I
You
took
already know.
I took a cat nap like for like 2 hours, and I've been up just like machine for like fucking almost 48 hours. Besides that, like
Oh
2 hours.
wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Oh, I like that name. Someone said it's Twerkle. I like that shit.
Yes.
Yeah, but Zephyr, subscribe and come around. I would love to see you around on
Zephyr, are you saying you want to join?
join the. Oh, okay. So if you're having like an open thing, that'd be dope. But like, I gotta do a private ritual.
I think she's talking about yeah. Well, we've done it before.
Oh, okay. Does Miss
Yeah.
Jane do them too?
But we could do a private. Yeah, we could do a private too.
Oh,
I usually do like I do a devotional like every day.
Nice.
So that's
I don't do. Yeah, I don't know about that shit. I gotta go get my my yarmulke and my dreidel and all that stuff. I gotta get prepared.
Did you? Okay. Yeah, I came in late, but thanks so much for letting me up, and it's good to like catch up.
Of course.
Aw.
Oh yeah, we got Zephyr
guys.
here too.
No, but Miss Shane's okay. And Twilight and everybody, something really fucking weird happened to me yesterday. I got a Bible fucking delivered to my house.
Whoa, that's like an omen. I won't even open it.
Why?
Yeah,
I won't even open that shit.
What the fuck? It got delivered to my house and I never ordered it.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not a
What
good
is
sign.
that? What do I
Interesting.
do? Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's like it's like encouragement from God.
Right. Right.
I don't know what he wants me to do with that. Shit.
Well, the Bible has a lot of knowledge in it if you
The
read it
Bible.
if you
Yeah,
read it
of course.
esoterically.
Of
you know.
course. Of course.
Of course, that's a hot take, but
Of course.
I personally think it's full of wisdom if you
Yeah,
just
no,
read it
definitely.
parabolically, which is what Jesus actually
Yeah.
said. But people are gonna call me a heretic, but that's okay because I already know that. I do think for myself, so yes. Heretic means to basically think for yourself. So yeah. Most definitely, I'm a heretic. And a witch is a wise one. So yeah, I'm a witch. Yeah.
You are a witch. Oh my
Most
God.
definitely. Most definitely.
I'm a sandwich, so
Word.
Yeah, between me and Twilight, yeah, you're a sandwich in the sandwich.
I was just thinking that, yeah, because we all do a ritual. That's a threesome, anyways.
Right.
It's Asmodeus. Don't blame me. I'm possessed by demons, right? So
Hey, finally, I'm not the only one talking about threesomes. It's not just. It's not.
everyone says that like the demons influence you, right? So
Right.
I don't have to take responsibility for my actions, right?
Mm.
Or my work. Well, I mean that's what everyone says that it's the demons and it's temptation and sin and whatever else. So
Yeah.
right, I could just not be responsible.
no, that doesn't work like that. You just have to be responsible, but you can still have fun.
I'm obviously joking.
Oh, see, that's how I deal with sarcasm.
I'm fully responsible for every word and action. I'm just being a smartass. You should know this by now, Zephyr.
I get it now that you
You've known
explained.
me long enough now. Like, come on.
I know, and you know I don't get sarcasm.
No, her and I joke around all the time. Yeah, but we joke around enough that you should know.
No, it doesn't matter how many times you do it. I just don't get it. It's like by
Yeah,
default.
yeah,
I can't
you're
help it.
right. You kind of don't. You're right.
It's all
But
right. I
you,
can laugh
but yet, you are sarcastic with me. So, like, how does that work?
because it only works one way. I'm practicing.
How does that work?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the homie Origin in the chat says, "Have you read Jason Tompkins?"
You would have to refresh my memory. Oh, what's up, Origin? Yeah, sorry, I've not been reading the chat at all.
Yeah, he's been out here. Yeah, Origin's been out here. Yeah.
So I did not know that like anybody was here. So when you guys came in, when everybody came in, I was completely like, oh shit. So it's good to see you, Origin. You would have to refresh my memory. The name does sound familiar though. I probably have. I've studied so much stuff over the last 15, 20 years. Like I'm sure I have. Like I've studied so much in regards to the occult and alternative like physics and science and you know just history and just everything. Like I've studied everything, just legit everything.
Yeah, seems like it for sure.
I'm
Multifaceted approach for real, a multidisciplinary approach coming from Twilight, Son of Lilith.
Yeah,
that I can
yeah.
appreciate. I mean, because I have kind of the same approach. I mean, for
Yeah,
real.
that's why I have a lot of respect for you, Machine, and I know that you see it too. And yeah, we have a mutual respect for each other because of that. Most definitely, because we've compared notes and talked, privately, and most definitely, yeah, yeah, real recognize real for sure.
I love that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I have a lot of respect for Machine. And
Yeah, me too.
regardless of our differences, we have more in common than differences. But even our differences, like it's good to have differences. Honestly, if you agree with everything with somebody, I mean, what growth is there?
Yeah,
It's
be boring.
it's when you can have differences and still learn from each other. That's what's great. And few can do that, and Machine can, and that's why I respect him. So blessings.
Why keep coming
Oh
back?
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, Evolva has a lot of insight. There are things I disagree with, of course, but he has a lot of insight. Same with Nietzsche. There are things he says that are just like, what? But, he has a lot of insight.
Yeah, I'm really developing an interesting disagreement in my mind between Evola and Nietzsche, and that's the side part of doing this that I'm not unveiling. That's the esoteric part of the exoteric presentation that I'm doing. I mean,
right,
for sure. But yeah, I'll be comparing their ideas because if you noticed, Evola and Nietzsche do not have the same conception of morality. So right there, it was pretty interesting. I mean, they sort of diverged on that point. I mean, when he was talking about Nietzsche's ideas about nihilism, Nietzsche was not a nihilist. He did not support nihilism. I mean,
not at all.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I would agree more with Nietzsche in that regard because I'm totally against nihilism. I think it's an escapism, honestly.
I'm political, not sort of, but I still get involved. I don't know why. It's because of the politics, but then I'm also an absurd nihilist.
Yeah, some
that's
people
not really nihilism, though.
Yeah, some people think it is the conclusion of his ideas, though, because of his immoralism or whatever that he was talking about. That he's an immoralist.
That's really a misunderstanding, though, because Nietzsche was like a specter. He was a trickster. He kind of played with your mind because he went through a shadow integration, before Carl Jung was even born.
Did you send me an email there, Origin? Just send me an email and I'll send it to you for real. Or join the Discord. I mean, it's up to you. But yeah, blessings.
Oh yeah, are you on the Discord, Origin?
The email is actually posted in the description of the channel. So you got my email in the description of the channel. I don't know if the Discord link is there, but I'll put that in the chat here. Not everybody can use Discord because it's different. Oh yeah, let me put this up first. Eternal Wicked Wally. Are we gonna be there on Thursday?
No, people thought that Nietzsche was a nihilist, and they also thought that Nietzsche was a atheist, and neither is true, actually. Nietzsche was actually very spiritual.
Whoop
Uh,
whoop. Represent. What? Thanks, Machine.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've seen your show a couple of times, but I didn't like really have time to chat.
Aw.
But I like it.
Oh, thank you.
You guys have good chemistry.
Yeah. It's just more of a performance for me just getting in that character and just being my, goofy sort of self and having fun and not taking shit too seriously, you know what I mean? And just
oh yeah.
yeah, but
I personally find Wicked Wally hilarious as well. I think he's
yeah.
funny. He makes
He's
me
so
laugh ever
funny.
since. Yeah, I think he's really
Yeah.
funny.
He's
For real.
kind of a dick, but I like him. He's all right.
Yeah, he's got a funny, hilarious personality. And definitely. Yeah, we've been like making like Muslim like jokes or whatever to each other. Like, yeah, man, crazy shit.
Do that. Gotta do it. Take the power back.
Yeah. Yeah, I made a lot of Muslim jokes with the Crucible people. Andrew Wilson even. He shouted me out. He said, we like the machine lies. He's a based muzzy. He literally said that out loud. He won't admit it now, but it's behind the paywall. But yeah, he literally said that.
Does anybody know who the Panelverse is? Because it seems like they're just covering.
He's a G. He's a
I
G.
heard of that.
Yeah, he's a Canadian dude. He's
all of his shows are about.
I think he comes past on my show in the chat sometimes.
Yeah, that
he
dude's
seems
an OG.
okay.
Yeah,
he
he's
seems
cool.
Yeah, he seems cool.
Show on you. Shit.
Yeah, that shit's got 5K views. The debate I did with Wilson on his channel.
Oh, sweet. I was looking.
Yeah, it's gigantic.
It's
It's a
that far back.
gigantic video. Yeah.
He's busy though.
Yeah, we should definitely review some of that here. But yeah, they cut off the question and answer section where I talked to the Jewish guy, and I totally, I led him to a total dead end there. With the questions.
You're good.
Yeah, does Eternal have a channel? I think that was the channel.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So like, I don't have my own actual like private.
Yeah, her
channel,
own channel is
but
not there yet.
I do have a stream that I'm on, and you can come check it out Mondays and Thursdays.
Yeah, this one
Tomorrow
right
I won't be on, but I'll be on Thursday. So the link is there. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna start streaming again, and you're of course welcome to join.
Yeah, of
Well,
course. No, thank you.
yeah. I've just been kind of, as I said, I've just been kind of to myself for a while because I've been
Yeah.
dealing with a lot. But I'm gonna start being more active again.
As you should be, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
I did. I took a lot of time for myself as well. Like I couldn't really find my place, and I was just getting a lot of hate and stuff, and it was just overwhelming for me. So when I started my own sort of stream and channel with Wally, like it settled me down because, even though people still trip out on me, it's just like I don't, I know myself and I don't really care about them. It
Yeah.
just, but that's why like when I'm here, like I feel sort of at home with Machine because I'm, allowed to elaborate on my mindset and, get in that frame of mind that people might not realize that, I am quite educated and, and all that shit. So yeah, so that's why like with Wally, like I just sort of like get in that performance mode and have a little fun. But then, at least this is a space where I can kind of express some of my knowledge, background, and
Yeah.
stuff too.
Yeah, most definitely. Like honestly, and I'm not saying like there's no cap in this statement for real. Like Eternal is one of the smartest, girls definitely on the internet. That we
Oh, she's
talk to
dope.
for real. Yeah,
I
in terms
just
of the
love her
material on the
vibe.
show. Yeah, I'm talking about like nature and consciousness, technology, and all
Yeah.
the nano goo and stuff. We talked about tons of subjects, man, for real.
Yeah, we had a
definitely
great
wise.
We had a great
approach.
conversation.
Yeah, I can for real feel your confidence coming through, Eternal. For
Thank
real.
you. Thank you.
So much. It's so good.
Yeah,
Thank
not everybody
you.
can speak on shit that they've like read and corresponded with for real. So it's rare to have that for real. But yeah.
Much love. I appreciate that. No, thank you so much. And I'm always just myself, in different aspects, and I've always expressed that, I'm multidimensional. So, whatever sort of comes out with me it just happens, and yeah. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I used to be super active. I just had a lot going on in my personal life, and I've been working when I can as well. So I don't want to get too
Yeah.
much into that because it's just a lot. But I just had a lot going on in my personal life, and then I had some stuff with my health, and yeah, it's just a lot. But I have gonna have a little bit more time. So when I can.
Thank you, Frank. That's cute. Hi, don't judge me. I
If you
remember don't
don't,
judge me. Hi, honey.
if everybody likes you, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, right.
You know,
Yeah.
like for real. You should have hate proportional to your admiration. You know,
Yeah, friend to
I
everyone is
I
friend to no one. For
I
real.
honestly don't give two shits if somebody doesn't like like I just don't even
Yeah.
give it any like I
Oh, that's another
But
quote by Nietzsche. He said, "In order to love one's enemies, he must hate one's friends."
exactly. And to me, it's like it's the same resonance of energy, anyways. Like hate and love is within that same spectrum. It's just how you perceive it. And honestly, like a lot of people have a lot of work and healing to do within themselves. So for me, like when people hate on certain people or even myself, I just kind of like shrug it off and just wish them the best in life, because it's not necessary to do that. And people are not, they don't have a gun to their fucking heads. Like if you don't like it, if you don't want to watch, don't pull up, don't watch
right
me, don't listen to me. Do you know what I mean? Like the fuck, like move on, go somewhere where you want to be. But
They like to complain
right.
though. That's their problem, and you have to say it sometimes. And if you
yeah,
didn't care, you wouldn't say shit, right?
Well,
right,
see, I allow anyone to have whatever opinion they want. I allow people to discuss things respectfully, But
yeah,
me on my channel specifically, I don't tolerate disrespect of
yeah,
me
of
or
course,
anybody else. People want to discuss things. They want to debate topics. They want to attack ideologies. They want to attack ideas. They want to attack worldviews. That's fine. But when it becomes a personal thing, they're
yeah,
gone. Like I just don't
exactly,
deal with. I just don't deal with it. I give them
yeah,
one warning, and after that, they're gone. They can
Yeah,
sit and
I'm
stream it.
very
They can sit and
copy.
they can sit and text in the chat and say whatever they want. But I just don't, because it's about spreading knowledge and learning from each other, and having
exactly,
having growth. So
yeah,
if they can't do that and they want to be children, then they can get a bib and a high chair and go sit in the fucking corner, because
Yeah,
well
Yeah.
I mean it's
yeah. Hold
because
up.
that's not what
Uh,
I'm about.
yeah. This out here. What you talking about, Wiz? Um, uber liberal. I mean, I have to disagree with that statement. I mean, are you
It's
talking about
like
the not class or the journals that he wrote? But yeah, interesting statement for sure. I definitely see where you're coming from. But yeah, for sure. But yeah, go on, guys. Sorry about that.
he
what
was a
does that mean? What is Mossad infiltration vibes? What's that?
No Wes. No Wes.
That's too long of a story to actually.
What the fuck does that mean?
Mossad is like to like for short. It's Israeli intelligence, and they are very influential. All right, so
Oh, okay. Is
that's
that
what
a
it's
good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's not.
it's not a good thing. He's saying you're basically an agent. I mean,
Oh wow, I'm not an agent.
so
honeypot agent.
No,
Trying to get info on people.
no,
I
Right.
am definitely trying to get info on people, but not for any government.
Yeah.
no.
And I am 132nd Sephardic Jew.
He said distraction. Yeah, he's
She's
crazy.
like, I'm 132nd. Yeah.
At least.
At least. Oh shit.
Yeah, I
She
don't
could
know.
be
I never
more.
got a DNA test. The only reason I know is because of my
She could
arrhythmia.
be, she could be more. Oh fuck. I don't know if we could talk stuff.
No,
Only
because maybe the origin
one
thinks I'm too goofy, but
132nd.
true. The
132nd.
origin, I get it. I'm too good to be true, babe. I get it.
130 second is my limit, Zeph.
Okay. Well, it's probably just that much, but I'm not gonna get a test and find out just to placate you. So
I'm obviously joking.
oh, that was sarcasm.
Oh, Jesus. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
told you. See?
Yeah, that was
I'm not
sarcasm.
kidding. Everybody thinks I'm kidding. I'm not.
I know, you really are bad at it. No, I treat people at an individual level, on an individual basis.
Me too.
One,
That's why I'm
one of my best friends is Jewish. I've known him since I was 15.
Yeah, I don't think I know anybody other than my friend Jerry, who's passed away. He was a big gay Jew, and he did Japanese brush art paintings. He's a very unique character. He's a cool guy.
I've
The Holocaust Museum here in Albuquerque. He was the
Yeah, they got those like everywhere. It's crazy. I mean, it's definitely a strange idea because
yeah. I never
you know,
went.
like,
He asked me to go, but I didn't go.
yeah, talk about atrocity propaganda, and it's
Yeah,
wild. I mean, they literally
Prologue of Night.
set that up in every single state.
never forgets. Well, I mean, that's why they have a movie like every year, at least one.
And I was Jewish my last life, but I only remember the end.
Yeah, how dope would it be if you could like go to every state and you'd get to know like the Native American tribes that used to live there, and they'd had like a huge like complex or something. You know what I mean? Like that would be dope. Like
We have a
crazy.
powwow in Albuquerque every year, and I do know all
Yeah,
the.
I'm about to go out there for real. Go to the
Yeah,
powwow. I mean,
so
that sounds like a blast.
it is so fun, and they're all awesome. I'll introduce you to all
I get
my neighbors.
super high. I'd have like bongos. Just walk
Hey.
around in Indian clothes for no reason.
Yes.
You know,
Get
I'll
some
make
smoke
mushrooms.
tons of weed.
all over it.
We'll get some mushrooms, man.
Yeah, I'll sell the shit. I'll buy mushrooms in Ann Arbor and sell them over there.
Yeah, you could totally do that.
Oh yeah,
It's
you know,
on.
shout out to the po-pos.
Yeah, Joe Cool is supposed to come eventually too. I've been trying to get. He's like, yeah, I need to get down there to Albuquerque. So that'd be fun. I like IRLs.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we gotta have an IRL for the homies.
It's been a long ass time since I tripped.
Yeah, I told Hank that you would go be his wingman. He gave me a thumbs up. So
Oh yeah, that's in the making.
right on.
Hank is gonna be, you know what I mean? He's gonna
yeah.
have
my
the spirit
God.
of Lilith.
It's on.
Yeah.
We on it.
Awesome.
It's been a long time, man. I've been a good boy for too long. Fuck.
I'm vicariously excited.
The parties I've had, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to do this for real, but yeah, it's way past midnight out here. I'm definitely gonna go to sleep now. I mean, it's been a long, heavy rotation of streams at this point. I mean, but yeah, blessings to all you guys. You know, I love you guys. I mean, but yeah, I
Much love,
gotta actually,
everybody.
I
Always,
gotta sign
brother.
off this
Always.
motherfucker. Yeah, for real. Yeah,
Always, brother.
yeah, but yeah, please say some closers for the people out here. I mean, and yeah, blessings, guys.
Peace and power, man. Peace and power.
Yeah, thank you, homie.
Don't let anything or anyone bring you down. You know, no matter what the hell happens.
Yeah, I needed that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No matter what happens, man. Know that all you need is inside you. You know, I don't mean that in some airy fairy fucking new age way. I mean like deep within your soul. You know, the conviction inside you it doesn't just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy. It just means that You know, all that you require is ultimately within you. You just got to reach inside there and grab a hold of it. Whatever adversity comes your way, you know, don't just look at it as, oh shit, all this is happening to me. Look at it as, oh shit, here's an opportunity for me to grow. How can I look at this situation from that perspective? You know what I mean? So through adversity, you know, we grow, and through that we gain strength. And so, you know, that's always been my philosophy. Pathiomathos. You know, it's only through ordeals that we truly realize how powerful we are. Blessings.
Blessings. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a gangster ass statement for real. But yeah, blessings. Yeah,
You know
thank
how I
you.
roll, man.
You want to go first, my lady?
Okay. Much love, everybody. Check me out on Wicked Eternal World. Wicked Wally World. We're streaming next on Thursday. Come past and pull up and say hi to a bad bitch. Much love to everybody. Big kisses and big hugs. Zypha, it's so nice to speak to you again on the panel.
Love you so much. Missed you so
Yeah,
much.
love you so much, and I missed you lots. You know, Zypha was one of the first females about 9 months ago when I first started streaming that actually just had my back and fucked with me and thought I was cool as fuck, and I really appreciate that, and I'll always remember that. Machine, you already know what's up, homie. Much love. And Twilight, I mean, I'm so glad that I got to meet you recently. You're amazing. So this is a great panel. And Wolf, everybody listening, yeah, you fucked with the real one. Machine, everybody, fuck the technological system. I'm out.
Exactly. Blessings. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I missed you so
Yeah, I
much.
need to clip that out. You know what I mean? Because she said that a few times, but I need to clip that out. Her saying "fuck the technological system" is fucking dope. And just put that as like a clip on the show. I mean, that'd be dope.
Yeah. Well, as my mom would say, this too shall pass. And if it doesn't hurt, then how do you know you're growing? It always hurts when you're growing, but it doesn't hurt forever. And just when you're like at the end and you don't have anything left, just push a little bit further, just a little bit. It's right there. And love you guys.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Love you,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Zephyr.
definitely.
Thank
Yeah, lots
you.
of love. Yeah, blessings. Love you too. Thank you for being here with us all the time. Definitely being available all the time to talk and just to share different ideas. Zephyr of Oxel is a true homie. I mean, so yeah, blessings. That's it, homies. Unless Reddington has anything to say.
Do not seek the treasure.
Exactly. The wolf pack. I mean, straight up Mario and Luigi out here. I mean, blessings. Thank you for being out here with us. I mean, but yeah, let me see this. It's what we got in terms of music. But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. You guys already know, because and yeah, Tuesday night we'll republish another stream we did earlier today. Tomorrow, right? Check out the stream I did yesterday night, Saturday night. The Machine Line stream was fucking crazy legendary. I mean, I think it's one of the best ones I ever did, in my opinion. But obviously there's people who really like other episodes that we've done, so I get I get that. But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys all for being here. Yeah. Yeah, Tuesday night. I think we might do Christ the Eternal Tao. Right, take a look at that. So, yeah, so I think it'll just be that. Or we might do transhumanism. I actually don't know yet. Right, so it just all depends on really how I'm feeling. I mean, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, if you guys don't know, we're doing a huge series on transhumanism on the show. Okay, looking at basically all of the issues and problems that are presented from the mouth of the transhumanists, right? Okay. But yeah, blessings, guys.
You remember Omega, but I'm the Alpha scene. Senator like Palpatine. Count your green. To you, that's what life means. So I teleport through light beam. Cause I got the hype gene. Threat technology. This is the next biology. Expressed through autonomy. My spine is economy. My physical's digital. For those whose eyes only see what is visual. Till it becomes virtual. Thus less personal. Yet it feels closer. No organic composure. It's over. No, the intro's the part that never ends, progresses yet never extends. Boundaries known, laws embedded in stone, dating past the first Senate in Rome. Felt by every human upset and alone, yet never acted upon, hence the birth of the bomb. Firestorm, where lords and sires mourn, and dark souls traverse earth to inspire scorn. With a block to chop murderers and liars on, poisoning every life form until Zion's gone. Crush this realming, thoughts I'm propelling, got me globally wanted for plot and rebellion. Life we're living's got nothing but death in store. It's time to settle the score. You don't play when it's time. You don't play when it's time. Time is waiting. Never been in this position before. Another man tore in the tradition of war. No arms, no legs, plus you're missing a jaw. Where rebellion is considered a condition and flaw. Construction creates the illusion of progress, so we notice less the fact that we regress. Suicide solves woes of the depressed. 3 men rob a bank and shoot the clerks in the chest. People watch it on the news and still snooze. Wake up and go to work again, hoping it don't happen to them. Talk shows bring a so-called specialist in, but then cut them off the flash ads during intermission. Politicians rise high in the polls to control man-made power, then give the okay the bomb shower, till the very essence of life is made sour. It's our strength the economy needs, but they know that we are all subject to many greeds. Here's for pretending to accommodate our dreams as a law. It's time to settle the score. Here's the enemy. I've been dropping on the low, on the outskirts, up in the brush without curts, starting my own tribe of those with their minds open wide. When we clashed, many of yours died, not by our hand, but the pain of the brand of the evil inside. This was the day God cried, and Nimrod tried to burn off my lock slide, chop up his neck hide, invisible, yet majestic as expected. Within me the spirit of life's resurrected. I potentially possess sun's energy. My last flow made grass grow and provided a tropical breeze for glass flow. I knock down buildings when winds blow, raised in the ways of defeat, but I believe we can win, so I offer you true power as my record spins slow. Not by the minute, but clearly, yearly. The people pump this so the government fears me. As long as we communicate, I'll never grow weary. Endure, it's time to settle the score. Don't play when it's time. Time is waiting. Don't play when it's time. Time is waiting.
this life is hard. My mental level is odd, like devils versus gods. There's a war inside my mind going on. Squads represent each separate emotion. 3/4 of us is made of water. Now it's land versus ocean. Soaking this like open wrists. Had this bitch sucking my dick for poker chips. Deep throat and shit. Then she sucked her own tit. I got bizarre shit. You're just a moving target. Take a style, dissolve it like a twitch is made of brown sugar vomit. Fright night of the comments. 7 Islamics named Muhammad. Rocking scimitars to give the illest scars to the godless, unworthy ones. My verse is 30 guns. Blasting off north. My rhymes are sword off. I'm hip hop. I can't be bored off. I blast the scripture like a fracture blister. Attack the system like when cancer hits a random victim. Splatter liquid like a twisted sponge. Like a biscuit hit your lungs. Twitch your tongues. Be putting rhymes in circulation like it's drugs inside bloodstream. I like to visit other countries and see other things. The universe is all ours to explore. That's what my mother thinks. My brother thinks most cats are shady. I think he may be right. But fuck the darkness. I'ma try to focus on the light. I'll be the true and living ruler of my world. I want world peace. So if you got beef, stay the fuck away from me, chief. The green leaf is spark like soldiers stomping through a swamp. Without high boots and radiation suits that's glowing in the dark. It's like a tribute to myself. I'm burning kids like they was real cheese. And every time I open up my mouth, I kill and see. I see the greatest men destroyed by cowards, so I watch my back. Most of these cats are so damn whack that they be lost without their gas. That's not to say gat is evil. Only people can deceive you, make you bleed the wounds and never heal and leave your spirit feeble. It's depressing, but the truth will set you free, so just accept it. You don't even have to like my shit so long as you respect it. Without the positive, we can't exist. Without negativity, we can't exist. Without the sunshine, we can't exist. Without the darkness, we can't exist. Hey yo, without a little love, we can't exist. Without liquor and drugs, we can't exist. Without 3 religions, we can't exist. Without the television, we can't exist.
It's like my views are ancient, rusty like basements, studying spaceships. Ain't no probe, metal primes, testing temperature placements. Teeth of a dragon, face of a lion. Children of Zion, half-breeds who defecate iron. Burnt the flames, we find robots from Bible insane. Unknown intelligence, sons of the sun with astral resonance. Bigger than rap, I'll live a life of decadence. Turn mass to energy, medicine man, telepathy, conspiracy, Tel Aviv. Up in my pyramid, never derivative, without less plate. Confess state, more like stones in my breastplate. We militant, we legislate laws with no decency. 98, brothers use brains and low frequencies. One time for sharp kids, killers who biblical. There's 2 ghettos, one of the mind, the other physical. I break fool and be on that hunt for other nakers. Race haters and pigs in white sheets running with Quakers.
Without the inner self, we can't exist. Without oxygen, we can't exist. Without a bag of weed, we can't exist. Without a little greed, we can't exist. Without some real friends, we can't exist. Without the dividends, we can't exist. Hey yo, without photosynthesis, we can't exist. Without mass transit, we can't exist.
Prepare for mental combat, I react like 20 gats and holster straps. Ready for nothing, that's something to take me down and hold me back. Then I come back only to walk down mean streets like Perry Thomas. I'm a seminar with 8 masters who practice the art of conscious. Beware of toxic water, drinking tap could be a death trap. A setback to leave our arms folded and our necks back. Existence leads back to Egyptians and conflictions. War missions, color greed, property and fake religions. Battle scars and duty bars, a million stars who crash the earth. Leave us jerked and out of work. Forcing our mind to convert to carry weapons for aggression. Ruger and double sevens crash the heavens like our demo did at Geffen. Now we prepping barracudas, run computers. Deja vu is forming fluids in our brain to reenact the deep attack that caused the pain of social differences. Existences, the listeners and businesses. Now fiction is like menaces, walk the world until it finishes.
Without some food stamps, we can't exist. Without reproduction, we can't exist. Without a clear mind, we can't exist. Without a little pride, we can't exist. Without self-respect, we can't exist. And yo, without some intellect, we can't exist. Without the old school, we can't exist. Without the real truth, we can't exist.
I wake up every morning hoping I can see the next. Knowing my honor, will, and faith lies in the palms of text. I ain't know the meaning of life, but I still shove. Still hug the same block of these so-called thugs. Watching my life being quoted through the mouths of cowards. Knowing bids blocking cigs is the life of ours. Watching their faces on magazines. Never displeased, I never asked to be born. Many rape yet the same boat long I grip. And these nervy ass palms could be the same gun I one day greatly mourn. Lord forgive me for my trips and falls. Rise to glories, knowing bids blocking steel gates prevented my story. I'm with the bridges, broken pots, or use a stick. Got a scrape cane off the floor to hit the strip. My only fear is a gun in my palm, back in the streets. Any step between me and rap, it's a rap.
Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free, it don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop. Stay free. Foes like you ludicrous. Ain't a game when them tight cuffs bruise your wrist. On the go back, downstate, actual fact. Bogeys in the bullpen, go 20 a pack. I'ma juggle, make all y'all feel my struggle. Rock cowards in the face so they scars will bubble. Hope you make your first ball as soon as you touch town. I'm pulling your pants down, hang glide, spray round. Trying to twist your crown, y'all niggas a straight clown. So have me pop your head and squeeze your lemon. It's a difference between MCs and felons. Just a thug Cartier spec stand with truth. My life be the blueprint for a million youths to get money. All seasons I keeps a gully. Out the gate, young bloody. What it is to be. My name ringing every borough. Recognize the G. My key, attribute B. Written in gold. Stunting like you rock platinum. Knowing it's white gold. Ain't built for this game. I'ma swallow you whole. Expose your whole character. Reveal your soul. Only the strong survive. Sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free. Hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free. It don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop.
Instead of loving me, y'all watch my sleeves and throw stones. Y'all don't know shots bang out of clips and heads turn. Keep hating and waiting. What you know about Emies and your TVs in the dash? Up 15, cooped out the hill on smash. With AKs and Mac 10s bark and blast. Squeezing shots out of clips that'll stunt your height. SIGs, Max, Text, which ones you like? Guns explode, my arms tend to dry you cold. Shots through your north face, fry your soul.
I used to pull coke, try to wake the dead. The same that you put on to pop your head. Blow a Huey Newton Mac that'll stop the feds. All these gizzard heads know that I'm nice in bed. Roll with gangster divas, concealing heaters. Give me brains off the chain, off the meter. Get it straight, the icon. Rap like a python. Libya, my insignia, straight Lebanon. Still wrapped in turban, my enemies learning. Slugs penetrate the flesh, the bullets is burning. And my gangsters walking they dogs, the world turning. My gangsters walk they dogs, the world turning. Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free, it don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop. Only the strong survive, sometimes the strong die. DA got drugs, mark money and lies. Gotta stay free, hustle up jeans for legal fees. Avoid snake cowards and these crooked ass D's. Stay free, it don't stop till the casket drop. Let it bang, make it pop till your heartbeat stop. Stay free.
Crown sound, pound your nugget, rugged, dangerous. Slang is just felonious, harmonious, murderous. Coincidence, incidents, flush away the evidence. Synthesis with drug rinses, injure any citizens. Potential witnesses, pressured by the Smith & Wesson. Learn your lesson, keep it tacky, guessing on the crime. On the sidewalk, smoking lot while your high talk. My base supplies, vault a stalk like a skyhawk. Allies of the exalted while I set it on competitors who try as my rivals. Versatile, wild style, avoid incarceration with concentration. To Cuba, Colombian, Jamaican, Calgary, robbery, lottery, coke, avalanche, street, hand in hand, blast like Atari, Costa Rosa, Testarossa, Ferrari, Safari, Saratoga, swing, Nazi, narcotic slave, raising the ring of madness. We beat the beat for the status. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I'm on the train. Niggas, bitches, and all them snakes trying to get through the world when you just try to stay.
Drugs, sex, glamour, the hammer of God dissolves in your evil abyss. Kiss up the czar, the odd bazaar, far beyond still appeals with the quickness. Bitches witness, open dome and stitches, niches, smoking cones and bitches, plotting attacks of fat stacks. My back contract, gas a mat finish to diminish various scrimmages or images. Entering my poisonous jungle where mad fake niggas fumble. I'm simmering flesh to the bone, necks are blown off the body. Shoddy style and hotties got me highly bow. I wonder wow, lifestyle child's defiled and bowed from piss style. Plus the cow turns all my scripts foul. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible,
My rivals see my survival was vital when try to throw me vitals. They show me idols. My cycles in the blood of my enemy battle within my symmetries of 1 to infinity. Projects, I house the mind of a gun like Barnabas. Dark shadows are hot, enlarged by the dominance. Memento Murray, Armaze, the Marbury, dimes the parlay until your life turns to law.
Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to get third world when you just try to stay. Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to get third world when you just try to stay.
The crown barrels coming through, done in crews like you. With spiritual comfort, the lyrical gun who blasts ionized rhymes. Energized, polarized, immensely magnetized from the solar high and the controller flies. On emerald wings, the king sing new songs, true strong sling, jewels and things like polar caps and pinky rings. My solar rap is worth carats, dollars, millions of dollars, billions of scholars couldn't hold my mathematics and science. So like, no lab rats, I gap facts and core static. My divine shocks the mainstream, the pain beam, death rays. Dr. Bombay couldn't say you judge the day the way the jig is set up. Enemies get wet up, big time. I dig your pitch, hit list, stand in line. The grand imperial divine, so bright your mind is blind. Find the next job, before I rob, like the Costa Nostra, mob thiefing in the moonlight, taking the corn off the car, making what I write, ignite the guard in the original man, master plan, scarred in the digital land, subliminal criminal ran with the cosmic energy, dodge tricks when I'm on, using logic, using demonics with sonics, chosen phonics to astonish when I demolish split shine your forehead, then use my sword to polish that dome in half, wing splitting head, 8 bloodbath aftermath subtracting, protracting your degrees, freezing MCs 180 below, my dude 720 double edge, physical spiritual writer, killing vipers like a sniper, specialized in disguise, camouflage fatigue. Yo, you better get wise. Check it out. Check it out. There's no doubt.
Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna spray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes